Prices keep rising and rising in our country. Every household is feeling the squeeze. Join the many voices against the burden of rising bus fares, fuel costs, and the cost of food on every supermarket shelf.
winning, and I say, Lord, the Lucia develop it. But come destruction from the opposition, like they don't want Lucia to go home. What more can I say? We fall and shall stay. Lucia rising again. So we staying on the Flavo train. Lord, everybody hopping up on the Flavo train. 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 So please have no fear. Lucia ain't good yet. You run around building. Send just completing your sin. Everybody hopping up on the Flavo train. Everybody hopping up on the Flavo train. As a back away. Somebody feeling jet, yeah. Say Alan Chasley. Zutuka West End. Everybody hopping up on the Flavo train. Everybody hopping up on the Flavo train. Trace that from Gozile, going on to one story. To Bunukayamase. I see jobs creating, the Flavo train they're hopping. The red bus in this array. Yeah, I feel the passage. Lord, everybody hopping up on the Flavo train. 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 Passing through Soufre. That's what we are there for. Cadence and Miku.
And I'm saying, and I'm asking everyone to watch what they eat and eat what they watch. Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Wait, first of all, you're not going to speed past that like you didn't just say what you just said.
Watch what they eat and eat what they watch. Mr. Speaker. And I'm saying, and I'm asking everyone to watch what they eat and eat what they watch. Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Wait, first of all, you're not going to speed past that like you didn't just say what you just said.
Watch what they eat and eat what they watch. Mr. Speaker, so right now, Mr. Speaker, right now, I made a simple statement. I said that the Roseau Dam had not been completed. Very simple. 4 words. I said nothing else. Nothing else. Long story.
On page 110, Mr. Speaker, on table 31. On the bottom of the page, which says main labor force indicators, it says source Central Statistic Office. Note, see box 1 of the CSO cautionary note on the LFS results of 2022, which advise that these estimates are not comparable to the estimates for previous years.
That's the box you just read.
No, it's not.
That's the box you just read.
No, it's not.
That's the box you
yes,
just read.
But it says here, Mr. Speaker, in English, that the statistics of this year are not comparable to any other of the previous years, which is exactly. I'm going to repeat. No, it doesn't say that. I'm going to repeat it again. It says See box 1 of the CSO's cautionary note. On the LFS results for 2022.
Please allow the member to continue. The member for Castries, he says
On
yielded.
LFS results for 2022, which advises that these estimates are not comparable to the estimates for previous years. End of story, Mr. Speaker.
But box 1 explains it, right?
Okay, box 1, what did box 1 explain?
What he just read.
Box 1 explained that in the last 2 years, there's been an attempt to bring the ILO in to determine the unemployment statistics. And that there is a substantial difference in the definition of who is wanting to work versus who is working. And because of that, and because of COVID, that the results of the numbers for this year, 2022, last year, okay, are not comparable to any of the previous years.
Honourable members, the question is that be it resolved, the House of Assembly agrees to the lifting of the suspension without prejudice to the legal action by the member for Mico South against his suspension, and be it further resolved that the lifting of the suspension shall be effective immediately following the passage of this motion, and the member will be at liberty to carry on his duties in service of the House and the constituency of Mico South. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Mr. Herald, please report to the stage. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to call this meeting to order, and as such, I would like to invite all of you at the back to come forward. And those of you across the street, we want you over here. Time to take a stand. Ladies and gentlemen, a special good evening to one and all. Special good evening to the people of Castries Southeast. As you are aware, the way we start our business each and every time is with our national anthem. And so I will ask that everyone please take a stand for the playing of our national anthem. Not that one. Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you may remain standing as we are going to be asking that to join us in a word of prayer. And to lead us in prayer, I will call on Mr. Hera.
Good night, everybody. Before I go into the prayer, there are two things I want to observe, which I think is really necessary for us in the process of this upcoming election. We need to understand a certain aspect that is very necessary, and I would really like us, all of us, to know. It is written that a country, most countries, their leadership is appointed by God, but that's not always the case. There are times when leaders of the country are appointed by evil for evil purposes. Right now, we are under a leadership of a group of evil people. I say this boldly because by the grace of God, I know what I am talking about. And if we don't fight this battle with the consciousness that we are fighting evil forces, that is in most cases stronger than us, the only way to fight evil is by good. So we have to understand we need to fight the spiritual fight as we also fight the physical fight. Amen? The other thing I want us to understand, I see Mr. Shastney similar to Moses. Moses, in his situation, his heart went out to the people of the Hebrew people. Not because he needed to be there, because he was a prince, he could have lived his life as comfortable as anyone could think. I think Mr. Shastney is in a very similar position where he can live without being in politics. But because his heart is for the betterment of the country, he's taken all the blows he's taken because he loves the country and the people of this country. Amen? Hallelujah. First, I want to start by reading out 3 of the first verses in Psalms 27. It reads, "The Lord is our light and our salvation. Whom shall we fear? The Lord is the strength of our life. Of whom shall we be afraid? When the wicked come against us to eat up our flesh, our enemies and foes, they stumble and fall. Though an army may encamp against us, our hearts shall not fear. Though war may rise against us, in this we will be confident." Amen? Hallelujah. Father God, we give you thanks and we give you praise, Almighty God. We thank you for this special moment where you are bringing together people of one heart, one mind, who want to see a change and progress in this country. Father, in the name of Jesus, we are calling on your divine intervention this afternoon in this place. We are asking, oh God, that you allow your Holy Spirit, Almighty God, to take control over this meeting. We are asking, Father God, that you allow your angels to encamp around us, that this meeting will go without incident, accident, disturbance of any sort whatsoever. Father, in the name of Jesus, right now, Almighty God, we bring to you the entire nation, the entire country, Father God. We bring to you our situation. You said in your word, oh God, that when your people who are called by your name, they humble themselves and they pray and they call on you, Father God, you will respond. Almighty and eternal God, you know the situation we are faced with right now. We need our country to go back to the peaceful nation it used to be. We need our country to function the way you designed that life is supposed to function in a nation. We are asking your divine intervention, oh God, that you take control over the minds and deposit in the minds of every St. Lucian a spirit of understanding, a spirit of love, that they will know the value of what it is to love one another. Father, we are asking, oh God, that you, Almighty God, release angels to fight the evil forces that are dominating our country right now. We come against every form of spiritual wickedness in high places. We come against princes, principalities, rulers of darkness. We come against every one of the evil forces that have been released over our country, covering it with that veil of darkness that even the people cannot understand what is happening to them at this time. Father God, we call upon you, oh God, to take charge of every situation. We are calling upon you in a special way, Father, to change the mindset of the people that you have allowed to be ruling this country. Father, we ask that you release, oh God, the blood of Jesus over every person that stands in this place this afternoon, Lord. We come against spirit of witchcraft. We come against spirit of necro-romance. We come against all forms of demonic forces that are taking control over the minds of our young people. We come against every ungodly activity that have been dominating the lives of our people in this country. Right now, in the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, we lift every person in this country before you, that the changes that are necessary, you will allow them to understand and to go according to what is right with you. I lift the leadership of this party to you right now, Lord, that you, Father God, will be the one inspiring them as to every action, every activity they are supposed to take in order to lead this country in the direction we want it to go. Father, we come against the spirit of stagnation. We come against the spirit of regress. We come against every negative force, oh God, in the mighty name of Jesus. Lord God Almighty, I release your people in your hand right now. The entire nation, the group that is standing there right now, that you take charge of everything in the mighty name of Jesus. As we all say together, amen and amen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harold, for a comprehensive, inspiring prayer. I would like to call on Ms. Valser to please come to the stage, or should I say the platform. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to first of all thank Guy Joseph and his Castries Southeast constituency branch for putting together this meeting and giving the United Workers' Party another opportunity to speak to its people and to bring the issues to light and let you know exactly what is going on in your country. Ladies and gentlemen, St. Lucia is in trouble. St. Lucia is being led astray. St. Lucia is being led down a slippery slope by the St. Lucia Labour Party. And it is time for us as St. Lucians to take a stand in defense and protection of our country. We have a government who is solely interested in protecting the victory. In other words, in assuring that they remain in office and hold on to power, but they are not concerned about your interests. They are not concerned about our country's development. They are not concerned about our reputation. All they care about is their fat salaries and their position and holding on to office. Tonight we will deal with a number of salient issues, and we have here for you a number of speakers, including one or two local speakers from this area. We will hear tonight from the leadership of the United Workers' Party. Quite apart from the other speakers, you will hear the two deputy political leaders, Dominic Fede and Guy Joseph, and of course, you will hear from the next Prime Minister of St. Lucia, the leader of the opposition, Honorable Alan Shasley. And we have a few things to say about the Labour Party's obsession, fear, and their attitude towards our political leader, the leader of the opposition. We know where they are going, and we will expose them. But to begin tonight's proceedings, I will call on a local speaker, a community leader who people in this area would be very familiar with. I would like to call as our open batsman, Mr. Jules Sherry, to address you. A round of applause, a warm welcome to Mr. Jules Sherry.
Good night, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, Mama Iflabo, bonsoir. Tonight is my privilege once again to stand on the platform of the United Workers' Party to address you and tell you something that making us a kind of way ashamed. St. Lucia is a beautiful country, the country they call in Helen of the West, but it is not the Helen of the West, it is the Helen of the West, underneath the St. Lucia Labour Party. Tonight I am starting on the banana farmers. Nous allons commencer à les figues. Gouvernement ça pas mêlé avec farmer. Yo pas mêlé qui ça farmer fait. In June, la dernière hurricane qui passait était toute figue à terre. Yo pas jamais sorti dans avec by farmer support. Les United Workers Party en power. Yo ka bay farmer recycle l'huile. Yo ka bay farmer recycle guano pour sa bien recover fam yo. Ou pas ça rien ça en bas Labour Party. Brothers and sisters, ça ka fait honte. Pour moi, l'État fixe Saint-Lucie. Saint-Lucie pas de figue. L'année figue. Mais figue ça, nous pas faire un pays. Puisque le Premier ministre a dit nous, faire cream figue, faire barbecue figue, faire juice figue. Because il pas mêlé nous. Si il mêlé nous, c'est pas ça qu'il a dit. Because let me tell you something, brothers and sisters. In the time of Sir John Compton, the banana was green gold. La nan chay farmer qui gagne à la figue. Et aujourd'hui, nous passons à gagner à la figue. Prime Minister Shasley, il te a fait un bagage pour nous savoir figue direct en France. Là, yo c'est ça. Tout le monde est en power, tout le monde est en proof pour nous savoir vendre figue nous direct en France. Et aujourd'hui, nous passons à ça. Brothers and sisters, ça a fait moi honte pour nous voir l'État figue en Saint-Lucie. Les Moses te monté à mon nom. M'a empêché l'évangile, mais I just do fact. Les Moses te monté à mon nom à Dieu. Bon Dieu dit, Moses, go down in Egypt. Tell Pharaoh to set my people free. Moses responds, Lord, how can I do that by myself? Bon Dieu dit Moses, Moses, I with you. Today, brothers and sisters, Alan Chasney is not there alone. Alan Chasney is there with a good team under the United Workers' Party. Lanyon rep, qui a représenté nous en Castries Southeast, rep ça nous pas ouais pièce. That rep, brothers and sisters, he don't care for the people of Castries Southeast. When Guy Joseph was in power, avant anti-flood, Guy Gamete Butchley and Cotley have been gathered about the people of Castries Southeast, especially Mark and Bexon. Koto de Butla right now, hold here. C'est Guy Joseph qui build ça. Globe take a overflow ici. Mumba de ça même pas ici. Guy Joseph qui build ici. This is good representation. Remember in 2011, les Labour Party gagne l'élection. La terre était 17 seats, 17 days, et qui a pris la vie 17 monde. Et après ça, nous commençons à mort en payer entire 5 years là. Ça a changé. On the 26th, les United Workers Party vient gagner l'élection. Tout le monde est all right. Yo fini 2021. Yo vient gagner l'élection. Mais savent qui ça yo ka fait? Si c'est des mou yo ka fait, eh bien yo doit des mou. Après l'élection, moun ka mort comme ça, in view fort. T'es même qu'on on city moun ka just mort même qu'au Vietnam. Ti maman il 9 l'année, 2 l'année, 3 l'année ka mort. Qui ça nous ka faire avec pays ça messieurs? It is time for us to throw the St. Lucia Labour Party out. Guy Joseph and Alan Chasney, they say ça yo pay yo. Ek ngadu ça on swear. La nan chay moun ki ka di flambeau hagi. Et puis yo ka rete kayou. Et que yo ka di nous même pas besoin de vote flambeau hagi. On swear on a fait hot ça. Jour élection ça. Sorti d'or en grand limo. Et vin vote by flambeau. Brothers and sisters, malon menon moun, mais rep sa nou la ka fait nous honte en Castries Southeast. Et Guy Joseph pas vin en élection par koy. Guy Joseph vin en élection by the power of God. Et bon Dieu choisi nom ça pour venir rescue the people of Castries Southeast. And brothers and sisters, let me tell you something. This is not a joke thing, you know. This is a serious thing. This is a serious action. Let us put it together. Let us fight the fight. Remember, Sir John Compton always saying, everything I do it for you. But the St. Lucia Labour Party, they are not doing it for you. They're doing it for themselves. And they don't care about you. They don't care with you. Leo assist, officio, all they're concerned about is the payment when the months come. But they don't care about you. You understand? Ek repsa nou ni an Castries Southeast la. I pa melek nou piske te ha gen vote nou. Pa nou piske madan. I te ha gen vote zot. I pay pour vote la. Ek right now, law I gade pour an travay. I ka do, I am not the minister for that. Vous comprenez? Ek jo malo menon moun. This man, they call him to come and see a little flood. You know what the man said? If I come, my shoe will get dirt. La tenye ti madame, en samedi fait, ti vante passe wash roufli. Ti madame la ti mamay, Joachim passe gade. Pas même mon petit tapoline ibay. Pour te sa shelter ti même ça. Brothers and sisters, ça c'est wickedness. And let me tell you something. When I leave here tonight, if I die, I want my people to put back our Prime Minister, the leadership of the United Workers' Party, Mr. Alan Shasney. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cherry. A very powerful start to our proceedings here tonight. And ladies and gentlemen, tonight we have a great mix. We have the veterans, we have the men, we have the women, and we have the youth. So at this juncture, before any further ado, I will introduce to the podium a young lady from this area of Castries Southeast who will address you. I would like to call on Ms. Kimani Valsin, who is a youth from this constituency, and I ask that you give her a warm, flambo welcome and you listen to her attentively.
Friends and supporters of the United Workers' Party and fellow youth. Today I stand before you to express our gratitude for the tireless, effortless, and unwavering commitment of the former parliamentarian and representative of Castries Southeast under the leadership of Alan Shasney. Their dedication to our community has left an indelible mark, and their vision and plans for the youth were clear. Mr. Joseph understands the pulse of our generation, campaigning causes that resonated with us. Those initiatives paved the way for community engagement, youth engagement, and educational opportunities that were given to over 300 students to attend Sir Arthur and Monroe College. That's correct, over 300. We have a leader who genuinely cared about our concerns. However, as we reflect on the present, it's disheartening to see the void in leadership in the current government. The youth now face lack of direction. The abundance of projects that were being planned and executed and once thrived have now won. The lack of vision and assistance from this present administration, the youth have now been left to wander the community with no sense of direction and support system to attend higher education. In those trying times, the cost of living has exacerbated parents' financial position in assisting. Look at the recording studio, which was abandoned, and an opportunity denied to the young people. The market, which would have created some 20 jobs as a starter project for young people. The abundance of training program at ODSA HRDC Center, now the voices of the youth seem to echo as if an empty chamber. In the spirit of progress and unity, let us implore our current representative to rekindle the flames of effective leadership. Our community, St. Lucia, needs a leader who listens, engages, and acts on behalf of all persons in the constituency, especially the youth who hold the key to our collective future. I implore our youth to be kind and more considerate of each other. Stop the fighting, stop the gunsling, stop the violence, and let us concentrate on what's good for St. Lucia. A successful St. Lucia means a bright future for the youth. Together, let us strive for a brighter tomorrow, one where the legacy of impactful leadership prevails and where the concerns of the youth are heard and addressed with sincerity. Our people always do better under United Workers' Party. Thank you and good night.
Thank you very much, Ms. Valson. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Ms. Valson. Now, I started by telling you that our country is in trouble. And throughout the night, I'll give you reasons why we can say so, and reasons why you must take a stand to ensure that it does not continue this way. We are now in a situation where since the Labour Party assumed office in 2021, we had a record year as far as homicide, the number of murders in St. Lucia. It was 74. 2022, last year, we broke the record again. It went up to 76. And this year, 2023, the year is not over yet, but we are already in the 70s. My belief is that we have already set a new record, but since they don't report all the homicides, they are still in the 70s. But I believe that it is in the 80s. Because you have cases where people die a few weeks after they were shot, or people die a few weeks after they were injured with cutlasses. They do not count it as homicides. There are cases where they have found dead people, and they do not count those cases as homicides. And of course, the numbers that I give you does not include police killings. So we are in a terrible situation in this country. And given the fact that we are in so much trouble as far as our safety and security is concerned, you as St. Lucians must take a stand and say no to the St. Lucia Labour Party. Now there's something I just want to touch on tonight, which is very, very important. A new trend has arisen, and the St. Lucia Labour Party is taking a new approach in their destruction of this country. We all know that Philip J. Pierre became Prime Minister and appointed Richard Frederick to his office as the main spokesman for the St. Lucia Labour Party, the man who will defend, promote, and do the dirty work of the St. Lucia Labour Party. There's no question about it. He was brought to the Prime Minister's office for that purpose, and he's Labour Party's #1 spokesman and Labour Party's #1 defender. So when Richard Frederick says something, it is a policy of the St. Lucia Labour Party that he is espousing. And the latest is that they have tried many things. They tried to infiltrate the United Workers' Party and to have our members work against our party for their interest in trying to bring down the leader of the party. That failed. They tried to get rid of the leader of the opposition, Honorable Alan Shasley, from the House of Assembly. That failed. They took him to court. He beat them there. Every effort they have tried so far has failed. So the latest effort to try to get rid of Alan Shasley, because they realize that you St. Lucians have made up your mind. Those who made a mistake are prepared to correct it. Those who know the right are prepared to do it. They know, without a doubt, that Alan will be back as the leader of this country, as Prime Minister. And the only way they can think of to stop him now is to come up with changing the constitution of St. Lucia and writing up new laws. Now let me tell you this. We have to take this seriously. They have more than 2/3 majority. And all you need to change the constitution of this country is 2/3 majority. So they will use their power, they will abuse the power that you gave them to do what they want, what they like, to remain in office. But I say, we gave it to them, we will take it from them. And they cannot do what they want, because we are going to see to it that we put a stop to it. And we have to say no. So when Richard Frederick comes out and says that they're going to change the constitution to ensure that nobody who was not born in St. Lucia cannot be Prime Minister, you have to take a stand against that. Because let me tell you the dangers of it. Now, do not see this. It is, of course, an attack on Alan Shastri to try to prevent him from being the inevitable, the next Prime Minister of St. Lucia. But it is not just about Alan Shastri. There are many of us, myself included, whose children were born overseas. And there are many reasons why our children were born overseas. In some cases, it's because of medical reasons. In some cases, like myself, I thought there'd be opportunities for them down the road in the future that they can benefit on. And let me say this to you. A child does not make the decision as to where he or she is born. But he makes the decision to decide which country he or she is going to adopt and become a citizen of. Alan Shastri decided that St. Lucia is his country. He lived his life here, grew up here, was immersed and part of our culture here, and his heart is St. Lucia. So, Michael Shastri, who is a St. Lucian like myself, his son, for whatever medical reasons, was born in Martinique, cannot be told that he is not as St. Lucian as my son. He cannot be told that he is not as St. Lucian as you and I. We don't have second-class citizens in this country. Every St. Lucian is equal. And let me just remind you of this. It is not where you were born. It is where your heart is. And I am satisfied that Alan Shastri's heart is with St. Lucia. The first speaker told you that he does not have to be a part of this, but he wants to make a contribution, and so he's a part of this. The people that we have in St. Lucia as leaders, as outstanding leaders, George Charles, the Labour Party will tell you he was a great leader. Every St. Lucian will tell you John Compton was a great leader. We also talk about George Mallet as a great leader. But you know what? It is not where they were born that made them great St. Lucian leaders. Because while George Charles was probably born here, John Compton, who is undisputedly the best leader St. Lucia has seen so far, was born in Kanawan. That did not stop him from making his contribution to the development and progress of this country. George Mallet, who served for over 40 years in our parliament, was deputy prime minister and held many portfolios. He was born in Panama. That did not prevent him from making his contribution to the development of this country as a St. Lucian. And so we reject that effort on the part of the St. Lucia Labour Party, simply to hold on to power, to try to deny those of us who have St. Lucian parentage, who were born elsewhere, who took the decision to be St. Lucian citizens and to be St. Lucians at heart. You are not going to make us second-class citizens in this country. We are going to take a stand on that. They can go to the parliament and change the laws, but the day they do that, we will take to the street and change the government. We are not going to accept that. We are going to say no to that effort on the part of the St. Lucia Labour Party. Because you can't find any way to get rid of Alan. You try to come through the back door. That will not happen. And there are other issues I will touch on tonight that the St. Lucia Labour Party is up to. Because I, like Michael Shastri will tell you, his children are St. Lucians, and his children have a right to be. And let me just say this to you. Throughout the world, most parts of the world, if you were born in a country, or parents were born in a country, you're considered a national of that country. And let us remember, that effort is not just going to affect Alan, it's going to affect us, it's going to affect the country. So we cannot allow them to get away with that. And you know Richard's obsession with trying to get rid of Alan. But the inevitable is there in his face to see. The writing is on the wall. He will have to deal with Alan Shastri as the next prime minister. And if he puts it too far, that is going to happen by next year. Ladies and gentlemen, we have speakers here to address you. And I'm going to call on a lady who made me proud over the last few days. You know, over the last few days, they told me to find a square table I can sit around the round table. But we still had our round table discussion on Thursday with some powerful women of the United Workers' Party. And must tell you, Okay. Thank you. I'm getting too excited. I'm always excited by the ladies. You know. I was told that she's on her way. She's not here yet. She's coming from the south. And so the speaker would have been after her, who will have to be introduced now. So leave all of the hype for when she arrives. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to bring to you someone who hails from this constituency, who knows this constituency, but more than that, he knows what's happening in this country as a businessman who has first-hand knowledge and experience as to what exactly is happening in the economy. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce to you our next speaker, Mr. Timothy Mangal, who will talk to you about our crises in this country. A round of applause and a warm welcome for Mr. Timothy Mangal.
Gonna stop till the battle is won and we get justice. Cause if you lose yours,
bonsoir, my flabo. Good night, my brothers and sisters of this beautiful country of St. Lucia. Oh, my people, is our country in trouble? You remember 2016? 2016, we had this luxurious aircraft. This luxurious jet just sitting on the tarmac with 180,000 passengers. That is the population of St. Lucia. And of course, we had a Labour Party that was in power that could not have taken flight with this country and with its people. So we brought in the United Workers' Party in 2016. And we hired a very experienced pilot in the name of Alan Michael Shastney. And I must tell you that with this experienced pilot and his crew of UWP cabinet ministers, we finally took flight. And so we gained altitude, and we continue gaining altitude from 10,000 feet to 20,000 feet until he took us into the jet stream. Now, if you don't know what the jet stream is, I will explain that. That is a place where the aircraft reaches its highest altitude and levels and continue to your journey level, and that is where you get the smooth ride. So Mr. Alan Shastney took us to the jet stream, and he continued to pilot that aircraft to take us and continue to bring us to prosperity. But sadly, that happened up to 2019. Sadly, in 2020, we had COVID. And despite just for most of you who have traveled, you know, sometimes even if you leveled on this aircraft, you will get a few turbulence and you'll get some bumps and you may even descend a little bit. That happened to this country, St. Lucia, with COVID. But with the experience, Alan Michael Shastney, Guy Joseph, Dominic Fede, and the rest of the team, they continue to navigate us into safety. But sadly, my people, in the year 2021, July 26, 2021, in mid-flight and in mid-air, we decide to change the captain and the crew. And since we changed the captain and the crew, what exactly happened to us? We start to lose altitude. We start to descend rapidly with our nose heading down, and with the captain that is there, all he can tell us is that he doesn't know how to navigate the waters. Everything you ask him, he has no idea. You ask him about the police, it was his father that was the police. Everything you ask him, he will tell you it is not your business. It is because he cannot navigate with this aircraft and he cannot take us to safety. So we are losing altitude very quickly. And my people, we are now about 15,000 feet. And if we continue in this trajectory, if we continue in this vein, we will have Nothing, but we all gonna crash in the ocean. And so what do we have to do? We have to tell this pilot that he needs to listen to us. And if he cannot listen to us and he cannot navigate us to safety, then he needs to hand over back this aircraft to the experienced pilot which we have here and his team. Hand this aircraft to him so he can take us, level the nose, and start to incline again and bring us back to the jet stream until we could land in safety. And why do I say that this pilot, this Labour Party team cannot do the job? Look at the state of our economy, brothers and sisters. Look at the prices of goods in the supermarket. Look at the prices of building materials, etc. And when we go to them, what they tell us, they can do nothing for us. Nothing for us. But I can tell you, today, I am not here simply to play politics, but I will give the Labour Party some very practical solutions which they need to follow. And those solutions, if they can follow them, they will be alleviating the problems in this country. They will make life a little easier for you, my brothers and sisters. And so let us look at food and let us look at building materials. The price of food today, the price of building materials today is about double what it was in 2019. Would you agree with me? Very well. So what the Labour Party needed to do, right? And we will do a little maths tonight, right? Let's say that the price of an item, let's use a sheet of plywood or a piece of lumber, was $100. The CIF price was $100 in 2019. And they were making approximately 35% duty. That is 15% duty, 6% levy, service charge. And when you compound the VAT at 12.5%. 35%. So on that $100, the government would make $35 tax. Now, if that same sheet of plywood is now $200 as the CIF price, 35% of $200 is no longer $35, it is now $70. So the government is not making $35 tax on you, but the government is making $70 tax on you. What the government needed to do is to put a cap on the CIF price of groceries, on the CIF price of building materials and other commodities in this country. So if you put a cap, even if the price is more expensive, but you say that I will use the CIF price in 2019, instead of charging the people $70 tax, you would be charging them $35, my brothers and sisters. That way, that extra $35 would stay in your pocket, and you would be able to do a lot more with it. Let them understand that. They don't understand that. But instead of doing that, my brothers and sisters, they go and they implement a 2.5% levy. Now, you see, that is the problem with these fellas. You see, when you're trying to raise revenue, you could do it two ways. You could either tax the people, which they have decided to do, or you can grow the economy. Grow the economy. Say, Memko, you have a task. Let's say you have to carry a piece of log across a river. But you have 5 men to carry it. It might strain the 5 men. But if you take 10 men to do that job, it will become a lot easier. That is what you do when you grow an economy. You grow the economy so you have what is called the common denominator being larger. So if the economy is larger and you're charging 10% tax. So if you're charging 10% tax on $100, which is the size of the economy, you will get what it is? $10. But if you're charging 10% tax on an economy that has been expanded, that you grow, and the size of the economy is now $200, 10% tax on that $200 is no longer $10, but is $20. So instead of going and charge the people 2.5% levy, an extra tax, what this Labour Party needed to do was to find ways for them to grow the economy. And this is what a UWP government did in 2016. They criticize us for removing the 2.5% VAT. And they said we were going to lose over $30-something million in revenue. But in no time, the economy was able to recognize additional taxes because Alan Michael Shastey and his team, my brothers and sisters, grew the economy and we were able to do well. But Labour, of course, knows the only thing Labour knows is taxes. The only thing they know to do is to charge you and to go and to squeeze you. But I don't know if they believe that the same miracles that happened in the time of Moses, that when he struck the rock, he gets water. Whether when they will strike the rock and there's nothing left, they will continue to collect taxes. And what have they done, my brothers and sisters? I'll briefly go through GPH, Global Port Holdings. You've heard so much about that, right? You have a company, you have a port in Castries that you say you want to develop. You're going to give it to a foreign company to develop for you for $40 million US dollars, 108 million EC dollars, Castries and Soufrière. But the conditions of that is that you cannot develop any other port in St. Lucia. You cannot do what was supposed to be done in Vieux Fort. You have to give up all of the collections and the revenue that you are making, SLASPA is making, and now GPH will collect that revenue. And what hurts me the most, my brothers and sisters, as bad as this is, just when you think, okay, the only good thing about it is at least these fellas will come with $40 million into the economy and pump $40 million US dollars into the economy. We're now learning that they will go to our local banks and borrow that money. They will go to Bank of St. Lucia and other local institutions to borrow that $40 million US dollars to undertake that project themselves. Now tell me, if these fellas are not coming in with their money, they're not coming in with anything whatsoever, what it is that this country will benefit by giving this development to a foreigner to be done? Why could not the government of St. Lucia under SLASPA decide to put this project to tender, have its own money, raise the money from Bank of St. Lucia and the local banks, just like this investor would do, right? And then decide to implement the project themselves. That way, the $300 and something million to $400 million, which we are going to give up to that company in the 30 to 40 years, would stay with us and with our people in this country and would develop the lands of this country. But why? For what reason do we do that? It's like my brothers and sisters, you have your house, but you want to build a little apartment under your house, and you're thinking of how you will do it. This stranger comes to you and tells you, I will build that apartment for you. But in order for him to build that apartment, you have to leave your house. And then he will rent your house and collect all the money for 30 years. Just for that little apartment. But now he's telling you, well, you know what? I don't have the money, so you will have to go to the bank and borrow the money for me to build the apartment for you. Does that make sense? Why can't you go to the bank, take the money yourself and build your own little apartment and stay in your house? And to make it worse, you have your brother or so that is telling you, I will build another house in Vieux Fort for you. And this man got to know that. And he's telling you, because he's going to build a little apartment below your house for you, you cannot build any other house in Vieux Fort for yourself. This is what GPH is offering to St. Lucia. This is exactly what they are offering to us. Why can't we do it for ourselves? And why do we have to give up our patrimony? Why do we have to give our pots for that purpose? You remember how much they criticize Alan Shastey and so on, say Cabot. Our money for Cabot. Cabot was not government property. Cabot was in liquidation. Cabot was in receivership. Carbot was not government property. Okay? And the same thing happened where Carbot went to NIC and took monies to develop it. And they criticized them. But now they want to do worse. Have GPH go and take monies from Bank of St. Lucia to develop what is a national asset. Now, that is the problem. What will GPH use to secure that loan? What will GPH use? Will GPH go and mortgage the port? I am asking the question. Will GPH go and mortgage the port to get that $40 million? And if they mortgage that port, my brothers and sisters, what happens? What happens if business is not good in St. Lucia, GPH is not recognizing the profit and decide to just leave the port for us and go? Who will pay that debt? St. Lucians will have to pay for it because they will leave it there and the government of St. Lucia will have to pay for it in order to secure back that port. This is how bad this deal is for us, my brothers and sisters. And we have to know why. Why those men and women who say that they are intellects, they have all those advisors, cannot see that problem. And what it is we are losing, Vieux-Fort. And I must say tonight, I'm declaring that Alan Michael Shastney is a genius. He is a genius. This man came to me and spoke to me even before the 2016 elections. And I was proud to see the development plans he had for this country. And this is what SLP do not want. They don't want to see these things happen for the very people in St. Lucia. So now they sign a deal with GPH to say no port can be developed in Vieux-Fort for the next 40 years. Can you believe that? 40 years. So in other words, Alan Michael Shastney wanted to bring in a port in Vieux-Fort. A port that government of St. Lucia would not spend a cent to build. We had two cruise lines, am I correct, sir? Free cruise lines. Free cruise lines that were putting their monies together to build us a port facility in Vieux-Fort. And what we would have called a home port. Now you know what is a home port? It means the cruise starts here in St. Lucia. It goes around for the week and it ends in St. Lucia. So you St. Lucians who wanted to go on a cruise would not have to fly overseas to go on a cruise. You would drive to Vieux-Fort and you would go on a cruise and come back to Vieux-Fort. Now, the advantage it has in terms of foreign investment. A foreigner, more flights would come into Vieux-Fort. You have the international airport right there. Pre-cleared in the old terminal building, and those luggages go either straight to the cruise ship or to a hotel. Now, flights normally come to St. Lucia in the afternoon. The cruise may leave in the evening or in the morning, right? So if it leaves the following evening, it means therefore that those people must stay in a hotel in St. Lucia. They must eat food in St. Lucia, right? You know how many more hotels that could have been developed in Vieux-Fort as a result of that? You know how many more restaurants could have been developed in Vieux-Fort as a result of that? You know how much more development could take place between Dennery and Vieux-Fort for tourism? How much more development could take place between Vieux-Fort and Soufrière for tourism? And this is how you expand the economy. This is how, instead of the economy worth $100, you're now going to take it to $130 until you bring it to the $200 that I speak about, and would be able to raise the more revenue that you require for the development of your country and your people. My brothers and sisters. So these are the very things that we would have achieved. But there is another area where they crash in us very quickly, and that's why we need to take that aircraft away from them. Here is this other area, St. Jude's Hospital, my brothers and sisters. St. Jude's Hospital. You mean to tell me that in today's day and age, and I challenge the SLP to bring to us, you can go anywhere. They can go to Haiti. They can go to some of the less developed countries in the world. And I want them to bring for me 2 or 3 hospitals in the world where they see 20 26 small little buildings, 2 or 3 hospitals that are being built presently, where there is 26 little cottages and buildings, where you have to move from one point to the next through a pavement, a covered pavement, move from one department to the next through a covered pavement. I'm challenging them to do that. Tell us, so if you cannot get that anywhere, why in 2023 you want to take a decision to continue building an old hospital with 26 buildings that are detached? Why do you want to do that? When you have the option of a brand new modern hospital facility that is under construction. And all you require to finish the ground floor to bring the people in is $40 million. Am I correct? $40 million. Right? So now you don't want to spend $40 million. So, but remember they said it was only going to take 5 gallons of chemical and some bleach and some paint to be able to finish St. Jude's. Well, today, what the SLP is telling us and what the SLP is declaring is that 5 gallons of chemical and a few gallons of paint is costing St. Lucians $201 million. $201 million. This is what they're borrowing. And they will go under this cover and tell you it is not for St. Jude's only, it is for the stadium as well. The SI, Sister Nancy, what did the SI say? That they borrowed this money for St. Jude's Hospital. The SI is a statutory instrument which they take to Parliament to be able to pass it to borrow that money. For St. Jude's Hospital, $201 million. I believe that you can take $200 million and start on a brand new site and build a completely new hospital. So why is this costing us $201 million to finish an old hospital, my brothers and sisters? What is in it? Why are you hell-bent on continuing to build something which you know will not meet the test of time, will not meet the requirements, and may not be certified as a hospital in the future? Why you want to continue doing this to our people? Why do you want to do that? But I'm going to tell you tonight, you see, I don't just come and criticize. I give solutions as well. I give solutions. And tonight, I'm going to make the Labour Party a favor. I'm going to tell them how they should spend our $201 million. I'm going to tell them how to do it. As a businessman, I am not a successful businessman by wasting money. I have learned how to economize and how to be able to maximize what that I am doing in order for businesses to prosper and for it to grow. It is not it is very similar in a way with the money of the country. And so I'm telling the SLP tonight to take $40 million from the $201 million they're borrowing from the Saudis. I am in approval of the loan from the Saudis. The Saudis have given everybody else money in the Caribbean, not only St. Lucia. So take $40 million from that and complete the ground floor of the modern hospital so our people can move inside of it. When you do that, you have $161 million left. So I am telling you to take $108 million out of that, fire GPH, and build the port facilities in Castries. So when we use our money to do that, we have no conditions laid on us. No one will tell us how much money or how much time we should give them in our port to be able to be in control of our port and make $300 and something million on our heads. No one will be able to tell us we cannot develop our port in Viewfort because this is our place. Why should we not do this instead, my brothers and sisters? $108 million is less than what the Saudis are giving us. And when they do that, they will be left with another $53 million. $53 million. I am then telling them to take the rest of that $53 million, give our people some relief, and fix the roads in St. Lucia. Fix the roads. That is how we grow an economy, right? You must be able to settle your infrastructure development. For you to grow an economy, your roads must be good. Your water supply must be good. Your electricity, your services must be good, my brothers and sisters. And so, when our roads are fixed, not only will it mean that our bus drivers and our private citizens spend less money in parts, but it also means that they will get from one point of their destination to another a lot quicker. And when we get from one point of our destination to another a lot quicker, we are saving time and we are being more productive in what we do for the day. Let them understand that. Let them understand that. That is called proper management, my brothers and sisters. And so in conclusion, I will tell you, I am telling the Labour Party, if you cannot do so, then you need to get out of the cockpit and hand over this aircraft to Alan Michael Shastney and the United Workers' Party. In order for us to be able to take flight again and get back into the jet stream. And so just like in the words of our dear Everton Blender, despite the time is getting harder, still we strive to do better. And we're not going to stop till the battle is won and we get justice. Okay, because if we lose our stand, they will want to push us over. Lift up your head, my brothers and sisters. Lift up your head and hold it up high. We know that we must win the prize. Tell them call the elections and we will win the prize. Thank you very much, brothers and sisters. Play it for me, the DJ.
Wow. Powerful speech by the brother. I mean, this is the caliber of people we have on a United Workers' Party platform. People will not just come and speak to you, tell you nonsense, or tell you they do not do, or tell you that the business of the country is not your business. We have people who not only criticize, but give tangible suggestions as to how we can solve the problems. So, St. Lucia deserves better. St. Lucia, it is time to take a stand. We cannot continue along the way that we're going. And as they try to push a type of nationalism, now I have no issues. I'm a St. Lucian with national pride. But there is national pride, there's nationalism that is positive and there's nationalism that is negative. What the St. Lucia Labour Party is pushing is the type of nationalism that Adolf Hitler was putting. Division, hatred, and strife among St. Lucians. We're not standing for that. We will not accept that. And so, you cannot tell me that a person who's of St. Lucian parentage, lived most of his life in St. Lucia, made his contribution to the development of St. Lucia, continues to show that his heart is with St. Lucia. He cannot make decisions and lead his country. But GPH, I don't know where they come from, can decide for us that in the next 40 years, we cannot develop a port in Vieux-Fort when we, the people of St. Lucia, know that that is a development that will redound to the benefit of the South and St. Lucia as a whole. We are not going to deal with that kind of hypocrisy because they say one thing when in opposition and another when in office. That is what you call hypocrisy. Now I will deal with the race issue that they're trying to perpetrate in St. Lucia. We have never had an issue of racial strife in this country during my lifetime. I've heard of it in Trinidad, in Guyana, where the Indians and Negroes may have their problems, but in St. Lucia, we are a country of mixed race. Albeit the Negro race is the predominant race, but we live in peace and harmony with Indians, with whites, with mulattoes, with everybody, irrespective of where they're from. This St. Lucia Labour Party sees it as in their interest to start to create racial strife in this country. Ladies and gentlemen, we will not stand for that. Because the minute you go down that road, you are going to cause the further destruction of this country, worse than what they have already begun to do. This is not a government that is in our interest. This is not a government that is for us. Now, I want to just say something on this racial thing. They are now trying to say that Alan Shastney represents slavery, Alan Shastney represents colonialism, and so on. St. Lucia is no longer a colony. We have become independent thanks to the United Workers' Party, a move that was fought by the St. Lucia Labour Party. A move that was fought by the St. Lucia Labour Party. And so we have self-determination. We can decide for ourselves what we do, how we do it. Well, of course, except you have Labour in office to surrender those decisions to GPH and tell us we cannot build a port in the next 40 years. But let me just say this to you. When you try to bring about that kind of racial strife among our people, what you are doing is further, in addition to the gang wars and all of those things that we have, the crime that we have in St. Lucia, you add in another layer of strife and violence in this country. We are not going to stand for that. And so, when they attack Alan on the issue of race, let me just say this. I am a proud black man, but one of my best friends is a German called Dieter, a white man. I do not judge people based on their skin color or their race. I judge them on their character. Okay? And I want to further ask, looking at the hypocrisy of the St. Lucia Labour Party, what is the difference between Alan Shastney and Kenny Anthony, who led the St. Lucia Labour Party for about 20 years, who was Prime Minister of this country for about 15 years, and they had no problem with him? What is the difference between Kenny Anthony? The hypocrites must answer that question. Kenny has a parent who is white and a parent that is black. Alan Shastney has a parent that is white and a parent that is black. What is the difference between Alan Shastney and Obama? We were all proud to sing the praises of Obama and say the first black president. What is the difference between Obama and Alan Shastney? Obama has a parent that is white. Obama has a parent that is black. So do not come to St. Lucia with that hypocrisy, that kind of division. We are not going to accept that. We are not going to accept that. So Kenny was all right to be Prime Minister of St. Lucia, irrespective of the fact that he's of mixed race. And there's a problem for Alan Shastney. Well, we are not based on race. We are based on ability. And if you have to go to ability, let us take on that fight. Compare, and I know that's an insult, compare Philip Pierre to Alan Shastney and tell me who should be Prime Minister. And tell me who should be Prime Minister. Don't come with this race card. That does not have a place in St. Lucia. And let me further say before I call the next speaker, when men who the world regard as great leaders take decisions, decisions are not based on division, not based on race, not based on creating strife and enmity. Mandela, that we all are proud of, and we all are quick to quote, Mandela was imprisoned by a racist regime of white people for 27 years. Mandela came out of prison and became the president of South Africa. What did he do? He didn't go after the white people. He said, racism is wrong, irrespective of who is the perpetrator. And he would not participate in racism. It was time for reconciliation, and he brought the country together and did not go after anyone. So if Labour wants to practice racism, tell them go elsewhere. That is not for us in St. Lucia. But ladies and gentlemen, let me just say this. We are not going to stand for it. St. Lucia is a better country than that, and St. Lucia deserves better. And if your leader can only justify remaining in office on those grounds, that is not a leader for us. So, ladies and gentlemen, I was introducing to you one of our ladies in the United Workers' Party. And I said to you, I was very proud of her as one of the participants in our round table on Thursday. And ladies and gentlemen, belatedly, let's give a round of applause for the three ladies, Alison, Sarah, and I will tell you the name of the other one in a while, who participated at that round table and made us proud. Because I will remain a critic of the people in St. Lucia who claim that they are advocating women causes, and when a situation arises where they have to take a stand and let their voices be heard, the people who are supposed to raise their voice lose their voice. The people who are supposed to take a stand are nowhere to be seen. But I proud to say that the Flobo women have let their voices be heard on issues that affect and concern women in this country. And when you have a pamper terrier in the Prime Minister's office denigrating women, attacking women, insulting women, and threatening women, Richard Frederick, the pamper terrier, cannot be encouraged to do what he's doing. Up to now, the Prime Minister has not said a word. Up to now, Virginia has not said a word. Up to now, Emma has not said a word. That is because they condone his action. And he was brought there for that purpose. But in the United Workers' Party, we don't entertain or condone those kinds of actions. Ladies and gentlemen, let me bring you a powerful woman to the podium right now. The chairperson of the Labrie constituency branch. The deputy chairperson of our women's arm. All the way from the south, Miss Laura Jean-Pierre, to address you.
Mamai Flabo. Eh, kote zote. Mamai Flabo. Bagatan zot. So when we push Mamai Flabo. All right. Spider, thank you very much for that rousing welcome. And a lot of what Spider spoke about tonight, just before he introduced me, I'm going to touch on a little bit of it. Because, you know, these, according to the Jamaicans, these labor boys and girls, they're too enough. They're too enough. Because you cannot tell me, as St. Lucians, raised in harmony with each other, them labor boys and girls think that they can come in here and they twinu, break us apart. That ain't gonna work. When I was asked to speak and to address you tonight, I thought to myself, what can I say that you have not already heard, that I have not already said? How can I say it in a way that will encourage you and inspire you in confidence, inspire confidence in you, so that you can start to critically think for yourself. C'est pas kakakal basket tête nous. Même si on dit nous c'est nègre, c'est pas kakakal basket tête nous. We can think for ourselves. How can we think critically for ourselves and become an important part of our society with valid points of views and important contributions to make? Well, I ask a few people, they tell me, well, continue talking about the women folk. Speak to women's issues. Speak to how our government, through their pamper terrier, the junior minister in the government, in the Prime Minister's office, is disrespecting women. How the Assistant Commissioner of Police, all the allegations surrounding him, you know, about sexual misconduct for the very same police officers who are supposed to be protecting us. So, Lea Nom touche fesmwe, epi vini dimwe, he wants to have his way with me, and I go to the police station and I say to them, I want to make a report. The women look at me like, but that is happening to us. What can I do for you? We need that to stop. They ask that I speak about the deafening silence of our government when it comes to their supporters bashing women. The silence of women in cabinet. That is the loudest silence I've ever heard. The silence of the women in cabinet is like they are removed from what's happening to us. They do not understand what is happening to us, but I understand what is happening to them. They have been fed the mumu tablets. They have been cowered. They have been asked to shut up, sit down and shut up. They have been subjugated, but not Flabo women. We are not subjugated. We will not be subjugated. We will not sit down and shut up. I said to myself, you know, you're going to start sounding like a one-hit wonder. But then I heard my mentor in my head saying, and nothing wrong with repeating a speech. And nothing wrong with talking about the same issue over and over and over again until it permeates our psyche, until it permeates our brain and our mind and our souls and becomes a part of our DNA, until every woman stands up for the right and said, enough is enough, you don't stop. It would only serve as a reinforcement. And if you're not sure what I'm talking about, I'll ask you to go to the Women's Arms Facebook page and read up on my speech last week talking about the price is too high. How the price is too high for us women. The price is too high. When one woman is bashed and denigrated, you've denigrated all of us. Because guess what? The cradle of society comes from woman. A woman gave birth to every single one of us here. Not just a woman, but the men too. You all have mothers. So earlier when I was on my way here, I heard Ms. Valse giving a little speech welcoming you. And she was stumbling a little bit. I guess she was nervous. She's young. I was so proud to see a young man come and stand at her side. Because guess what? As Brother Guy told us on Sunday, woman came from the side of man, not from his foot, not from his hand, but from his side. And by his side we will stand, and by our side they will stand. You know, I thought of all those things, and I thought of a little Creole idiom, "Pouet pa ka peche des fois." And so I continue to ponder, and the phrase, the system set, kept popping in my head. The system set, it kept popping in my head, and I said, what kind of thing is that? But the system is set. The system is set against me. It's set against you as a woman. It is set against every single one of us who's darker complected or lighter complected or looks white. The system is set. The system is set if you are fat. The system is set against you if you are tall. It is set against you if you are skinny. The system is just set, and we have to break that. You know, I was reminded of a song. You know, I love music, I love singing. Singing does not always love me, but I love singing, and I love music. And every time, people who know me well, when they speak to me, they'll say a phrase, and I'll start to sing a song. So when that phrase came in my head, the system is set against you, sister, I remembered of Taras Riley, a song he penned in 2000, I think 2006, and the name of the song is The System Set. An original song was released in 2006, but he had a re-release in 2012, and I love it. And it talks about Willie Lynch. So off I went to refresh my memory on the system set. You know, music has a way of just opening a lot of avenues for you. And so Tara sings, I have outlined the number of differences among the slaves. I take these differences and make them bigger. I use fear, distrust, and envy. I am Willie Lynch, your greatest enemy. If you see your brother down and you're trying to push him further, you're Willie Lynching. Yes, you're Willie Lynching. What does that remind you of? What does that remind you of? He continues, the system set to keep the family out there fighting and the slave master rejoicing when we are all one skin. The system sets when I would never make a brother a victim to keep the slave master rejoicing when we are all one skin. Who does that remind you of? What does that remind you of? When they try to divide you along the lines of race and economic circumstances as if it is a crime to be wealthy or white in this country. When our very flag, and I'm going to give you the answer, so that will be the last time they tell you about race in this country, because our very flag embodies a two-race nation. When we were in primary school, what did they tell us? When in primary school, we were all taught about our national emblems. What were they? They told us about the coat of arms. They told us what our national bird was. They told us about the national plant and tree, the national dish, and list of which they told us about our national flag. They told us the meaning of our national flag. They told us that triangles represent the pitons, which are twin volcanic cones located in the southwest part of the island, and it represents unity. What does our name say? We are united, so we understand about the pitons. They told us as young as 5, the blue epitomizes the sky and the sea, specifically the Atlantic Ocean and the Caribbean Sea, which encircles our country, not just Labrie, but the whole of St. Lucia. The whole of St. Lucia. But wait for it. They told us the black and the white allude, wait for it, to the harmonious relationship between black and white races in St. Lucia. Our flag told us that. So if we know, how come they don't know? But as usual, they only know how to divide and conquer. Their only and their sole purpose is to degrade and deglise everything good in this country. Every national ideal that we hold dear to us, their purpose is to degrade and deglise. So they will tell us Alan is a white man. So what? Even if he was 100% white, so what? Our flag told us it's okay. Our flag told us it's okay. Our flag told us that as St. Lucians, we need to learn to live harmoniously with the blacks and the whites. So what if he was 100% white? When you cut him, does he not bleed just like you? And think about it. Since Sir John, which prime minister we've had in this country that we can be proud of, who, as a woman from the South, can say, yes, I am proud to be from the South and live in the South and work in the South, because it means that my children and your children from the South will have something to aspire to and to look forward to. In 1997, I was in Canada. I lived in Canada. And I heard something about a new frontier. And so I wanted to come back home because I wanted to be a part of that. You know, it's so long the South has been musty paid. We are not seeing anything happening. So the people of the South asked for a prime minister. They got one. And so I figure, hey, it's going to be working out well for us. So it's time to come back home. You know, the first business to go out of business in Beaufort was the old prime minister's own brother. But I tell me why it is our business. And you're telling us about a white man, a supposedly, allegedly white man, who has the same DNA makeup as you, the one who promised us a new frontier. And you want to tell us that he is not good enough? And that his ideas, which we all could see the vision and buy into it and have skin in the game for, you telling us, jete ça, that not good? Come on, wheel and come again. So when they want to tell us our political leader is not one of us, ask them who is. Because like I said, our flag, the flag that they so want to deglise, the colors tells us that we should be living in harmony with the blacks and the whites. So where are we going? What is their motive? What is their motive? But the system set. The system is set to keep the family out there fighting, to keep the slave master rejoicing, but we are all one skin. The system set. But I would never make a brother a victim to keep the slave master rejoicing, for we are all one skin. Then Taras continues to sing, and he says to us, give you a little power, and the oppressed becomes the oppressor. The slave master change him color. A little guy named Willie control your head with the better than syndrome. Yeah, you Willie lynching. You Willie lynching. They are determined to make you feel less. Not me. Because moi c'est un mother femme qui doit bien bon. Money à maman qui double bien fort et qui lève trois filles, trois femmes qui double bien fort. So if you know you need some help, just call on me. Call on the women of the United Workers' Party and we'll give you some support. We'll give you some backbone. Never mind that their own women will want to say, oh, free little pigs. Oh, where were you when this was happening and that was happening? That just show you they don't even know their own history. But we won't talk about that because you know what? We are unified and we represent every single woman in St. Lucia, whether they want it or not. We represent them. We will stand for them because when the junior minister in the Prime Minister's office comes for them, guess who will be standing there next to them, at their back, at their side, in the front? We will be. Because at the end of the day, we do not discriminate. A woman is a woman is a woman. When they want to make you feel less than, you ever wonder why they can boast that they have been in active politics for over 30 years, even while they were civil servants? But they want you to feel bad for attending a public meeting. They may want to make you feel bad because you have a little government job and you come and listen and learn so that you can be a critical thinker for yourself. They want to make you feel bad. That is Willie lynching when they want to make you feel less than because they feel less than themselves. Meanwhile, they cannot stand toe-to-toe with an obvious tyrant who will use swear words in our parliament, orchestrating who will speak, when they will speak, what they will say, and how they will say it. They don't mind turning husbands against wives and children against parents. Who do you think profits? Yes, they get a little power, and the oppressed becomes the oppressor. And the slave master change him color. And guess what? By the way, I don't know that there's anybody sitting behind me right there who has had any familial history of slave ownership in this country or otherwise. If you know, point them out. But I'm sure you know where to find some of them, and it's not in this camp. The system is definitely set, but you would never make your brother a victim to keep these slave masters rejoicing. Because guess what? We are all one skin. And I want to end by quoting my dear brother Bob. Well, he sang it, and I will give it to him because he sang it, but it's actually a speech. And I think if there are any Rastafarian brothers in here, brethren and sisters, they will know what I'm talking about. Until the philosophy which holds one race superior and another inferior is finally and permanently discredited and abandoned, everywhere will be war. And I'm not talking about picking up guns and shooting people, because they will come for us tomorrow and they will say that we are supporting gun violence and war. But that's not what we're talking about. There will be discord. We cannot be at peace. Our children cannot rest because those of you who went abroad because you thought that you were doing something good for the future of your family and had your children abroad, your children's legacy is they're ready to snap it from them. Never mind that they are cutting their own noses to spite their faces, because I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, I stand corrected. Our own PM's daughter was not born on St. Lucian soil, but he wants to talk about Alan Chasney, the hypocrisy. A man who was born on foreign soil because his mom was in distress. So he should die and she should die because they feel threatened. Until blacks and whites in this country no longer feel like first class and second class citizens of any nation, until the color of a man's skin is of no more significance than the color of his eyes, Mr. War. That until the basic human rights are equally guaranteed to all without regard to race, this is a war. Which is why I want you to face this administration head on with your brain and your wit, to outclass the brightest of them, and we know they're not so bright. Recognize your political support and segregate your political foes. Do not be sidetracked by their ploys. This election campaign, win it with your mind. Do the things that you need to do to ensure that you get what you need to get, not just for you, but for your children and for your children's children. Never forget the root of human prosperity. Direct your thoughts and actions toward the poor, underprivileged, marginalized, and those on the periphery. Lead with humility and never, ever forget who got you here. Good night, Mama Iflabo.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, when I tell you the Flabo party has powerful women, you think it's joke I'm making? Now, let me take this opportunity to welcome all our viewers on GVT TV and on YouTube, our viewers in the diaspora watching us on live stream. A special good night to you, and we welcome you. Now, before I introduce the next speaker, there are just a few things I want to say. Because you know they will try to spin some of what we are saying here tonight, but I want you to get it clear. I am not against national pride, but nationalism that gives rise to hatred, discord, division, and war, I am against it. And you know the time has passed when leaders of the world use nationalism to bring about war, like Adolf Hitler. We are not in that. There is a major difference between nationalism and patriotism. We are patriotic St. Lucians, and it is where our heart is. It is not the color of our skin, but is like was said by Martin Luther King, it is the content of our character. It is what you bring to the table that determines whether or not you can lead St. Lucia. And when I look at Alan Shasley, what I see is his plan. What I see is his vision. What I see is his passion. What I see is his leadership. And that is what I am interested in. That is what I'm interested in. So, his mother and father, and my understanding is, and that's not my business to probe into, but my understanding is his mother had health issues where there was a threat for her and her sibling. Unfortunately, we did not have the kind of health care that the United Workers' Party wants to bring to you to St. Lucia, where you don't have to migrate to get the kind of care you deserve. So they had to go to Mat Lake. I was in the United States studying. My wife joined me. A few things happened while we were there. We had a child. So he's not a St. Lucian. He's not a St. Lucian. You're going to try to tell me you'll condemn my child as a second-class citizen of this country? We will not stand for that. We will not stand for that. Now, Laura, you know, everybody considers our current Prime Minister an idiot. And he has done a lot to earn that title. Now, I'm not going to ask you what anything stands for anymore because you're not always putting me in trouble. But I don't think the man is as stupid as you think, you know. He was smart for once. You know, the people of Labrie who continue to support and vote Labour, you know, their parliamentary rep, a friend of mine, Alva Baptiste, continues to refer to Labrie as a republic. And he does that because of the pride he has in his constituency and all of that. But when Pip call Labrie a country, you know what the man trying to do? He's trying to call Labrie what we call country people, country bookie, j'habitation. That is what Pip is trying to do. That is what he's trying to do. And so, on say j'habitation, pas go pour nan here, accepter toute bêtise, so he's having this what magie. Well, Labrie is not a country, and Labrie people not country bookie. And we are going to start from Labrie in the next election to let them know where St. Lucia stands. And so, St. Lucia, I am pleased with the fact that you are coming out and taking a stand in the light of the intimidation. Because there is a reason why they are going after the people that they are going after presently. When they are finished with them, these are the most vocal opponents of theirs. And when they're finished with them, then they will come for you. And there's a saying that when they come for this one, no one said anything, and when they came for me, there was no one to say something. We are all going to be here to say something. Because they go after Minerva Ward because she's an outspoken opponent of the St. Lucia Labour Party. They go after Marvin Charles because he's an outspoken opponent of the Labour Party. They go after Alan Shaste because they see the might of his leadership and it's looming over them, and Alan's leadership will eminently bring to an end the reign of the St. Lucia Labour Party. They go after Guy Joseph because they know he's a powerful voice of the United Workers' Party. Well, you know what? When they talk about changing the constitution to make mandatory that you must be born in St. Lucia to be prime minister, they are going after the leadership of the United Workers' Party. I know Dominic maybe more than he knows himself. When Dominic was a little boy and he came to St. Lucia from Guyana, I knew him. I was in Grossville. Dominic is now the deputy political leader of the United Workers' Party. And the people of Flambeau made that decision based on the qualities and the character that they see in Dominic Fede. Not because of where he came from, where he was born. We are not interested in where you came from. We are more interested in where you're going to and where you're taking us. That is what we are interested in. So when they wipe out Alan, they wipe out Dominic, then they'll be able to deal with Guy easier. And then when they finish with Guy, nous tout fini. That is not going to happen. We will take a stand and let them know that they better back off, because St. Lucia is not a country of discrimination and hatred and strife. Because that old technique of divide and rule will not work in this country anymore. Because you know what? They see history repeating itself. Come to neck mallet. You could recently see for 30 years. Alan Dominic Guy, you have some Kawala 30 years. But you know what? It is the will and the might of the people that they have to deal with. And we all will take a stand and let them know, no way, they cannot vote. Ladies and gentlemen, you know, I like it so much, what I just heard a while ago, that we'll stick to it for a little while. The might of the women of the United Workers' Party. I would like to call to the podium another powerful woman. I would like to call the doctor that gives the therapy. You all know who? Dr. Farah Polius, Senator Polius, to address you at this time. A warm welcome to Dr. Polius.
I want to say a special good night to you. A special good night to all our viewers, our friends and supporters in the diaspora. All those who are watching right here in St. Lucia from the comfort of their own homes. Good night to you, and thank you for joining us. The stone which the builders refuse, shall be the head cornerstone. And no matter what game they play, can never take away. Our political leader has something that they can never take away. Now let me tell you something, my people. You see, tonight, I'm really sad, you know. I'm really sad. J'aimerais plein. J'aimerais really, really plein. Parce que moi pas ça comprendre. Qui mon hier? Honorable Sean Edward Sadi. And the dame tin yo te di en Bozile. Qui UWP con opposition yo desperate. The opposition is desperate. Desperate. Ça c'est un sans honte. Ça c'est un sans honte. He said, and I want to tell you, he said that we are prepared to do anything. We are prepared to do anything to return to office. Wasn't it Labour? Labour, when they were in opposition, they campaigned for 5 years? So what? They campaigned for 5 years. And they said it. They would do anything. And by any means necessary, they would win the election. So who was desperate? They were the ones desperate. Let me tell you something. But you know what? I want to say to you that whatever is happening in this country today is as a result of all the actions, the desperate actions to win the election. You know, I'm taking you to Denry North. I know they did it across the length and breadth of this country. But they were so desperate in Denry North. They were so desperate. That is why Clarence Leopold is down 6 feet under. Clarence Leopold, may your soul rest in peace. He is 6 feet under. And you know what this man told me, and I feel it every single day. And he came to me and he said, Pharaoh, that's how he calls me. Monsieur God, pour moi vote ba ou ikay ba moi won manger. The Labour Party and its operatives. Moi di ban moi dou ça, 2 semaines avant l'élection ça. Ban moi dou ça. Si monsieur dou ça, monsieur pas Jean. Il pas Jean. On the day of election, this man was nowhere to be found. And when I was told that he had not voted, I said, you know what? Go to the ram shop. He must be there. They went looking for him and said, you know what? We didn't find him. I said, go to his house. He must be in his house sleeping. They went back to his house twice. I said, try to force open the door. He must be in there sleeping. They could not open the door. It was locked. And all along, this man was in there. He was already dead. He was already dead.
don't know who did it, but he is today 6 feet under because the Labour Party operatives were desperate. And it hurts me up to this day. Sometimes I shout his name and I ask him, what happened? Whoever did it will pay the price someday. I didn't see, but there is a man whose eyes are 10 times brighter than the sun. And he knows exactly what happened. So who was desperate? The Labour Party and its operatives were so desperate that they did all kinds of Jimmy flicks at the electoral department. Voters tout partout en place là, pays ya. Moun ki ka reste juste soufouye, tout apè ko yo gozile, ka vote. Moun ki ka reste saltibis, tout apè ko yo denri, ka vote. Paid so many people had them to change their dresses just to facilitate this. All the tricks. They did all of this because Chonziote did by any means necessary. So when you say to your electorates, when you say to your camp, when you try to say to St. Lucians and to convince them that the United Workers' Party is desperate, that is a pot calling the kettle black. You are the ones so desperate. You are the ones so desperate. And you were so desperate to get into office. So desperate that you tried all kinds of things in the books to malign our political leader. Spread lies, propaganda. You fooled the people of this country simply because you wanted to be in office. Because you were so power hungry. Flabo warriors, Flabo family, I am hurt. I am hurt. And when the man, our brother who started off with the prayer, and he said that this is a spiritual warfare, it is. It is. Because when one of them can open their mouth and say, Fera pa savley kantou politics ki pa sa mene bon Dieu. Ki sa mene pou mene? Let me tell you, our brothers and sisters, we have to dig our toes deeper and spend a little more time on our knees and call that man above because he's in charge. He's the one in charge. But I also want to say something to the Labour Party and to Honorable Sean Edward. You know, we are desperate, you know. But you want to know why we are desperate? We are so desperate because we realize that this country is in serious trouble and we want to rescue it. We are desperate. We are desperate to save the people of this country, not to protect any victory, but to save the lives and livelihoods of the people of this country. We are desperate to provide better quality health care to our people. We are desperate to ensure that our children no longer make a mockery of the education system, no longer make a mockery of our Prime Minister. When you have a Prime Minister who is, I don't even know what it is. He is linguistically challenged. Low Sati, I apologize, say 3 words. Making a mockery of our education system. All what the teachers have been teaching the children about syllables to help them decode and attack words. You are telling them, I apologize, is 3 words. And the children now are laughing. Everyone is laughing, making a mockery of our education system. Honorable Sean Edward, you are the Minister of Education. What have you said to the people of this country? What have you said to the teachers? What have you said to the students? Our social studies curriculum is even being challenged. St. Lucia is in Europe. And now, Labrie is a country. So yes, we are desperate. We are desperate to bring back a leader we know who will represent us well, nationally, regionally, and on the international scale. We are desperate. We are desperate to serve our farmers. Now it's so difficult to get food, ground provision. Segwen, Pafig, Banan. Segwen Banan c'est $10. Segwen Banan c'est $10. It is because our farmers, our agricultural sector is in trouble. And we are desperate to save it. The farmers are telling you this every single day. And sometimes I feel so sorry for them because they were taken on a ride. They were fooled by the Labour Party and its operatives. And now we are the ones feeling the pinch. We are the ones feeling the pinch. Mama Iflabo, I can assure you that when the United Workers' Party returns to office, we will fix it. We will fix it. We will fix it. Honorable Sean Edward needs to know, and all his colleagues, we are desperate to empower our young people and not to make them so dependent on us politicians. We are desperate to teach them how to fish and not to give them handouts and a fish every day. Si pas ça toute la yo kay fini. We are desperate to liberate our people from that kind of slavery mentality. We are desperate to get them out of that. And you know what? We are desperate. We are desperate to give our young children access to higher education without being exploited by those politicians. Those politicians, braggadocious politicians, and they want to come and beat their chest and say what they have done or what they haven't done to the women and the girls in our country. We are desperate to get them out because these people don't deserve to be legislators in this country. We are desperate to create a St. Lucia, to build a St. Lucia where every single woman is respected. We are desperate to create a country, a nation where everyone has that freedom to express himself or herself. Every single one. And our women, they too will have that freedom regardless of their political affiliation. They need to talk about what matters to them, what concerns them, what is affecting them without being victimized. We are desperate. And I want it to echo. I want it to echo in their minds because we are desperate. I want all of us, particularly the women, it is time for us to break the chains of silence. It is time for us to stand up, to speak out, and to refuse to accept any situation that is going to threaten our dignity. It is time. It is time. It is time. When you tell me that this Labour Party, I don't understand. I don't understand how a government, a political party in office will penalize St. Lucians for the sake of one man. One man. And we all know that. For the sake of one man. We are desperate to give St. Lucians better health facilities, a better health facility, and better quality services. You know what, Mama Iflabo, à présent, si on n'y peut y penser, l'hôpital, eh bien, health center, on n'y peut acheter gauze, on n'y peut acheter plastique. On y peut acheter qui ça, mocryochrome. Toutes ces bagages-là, on peut pousser pour penser à acheter ça en pharmacie et puis mener ces noces-là pour y penser. We are desperate to get you out of this situation, this mess that you are in. We are desperate to get you out. So yes, Honorable Sean Edward, we are desperate. We are desperate because we realize that the St. Lucia Labour Party is taking this country down to the pit. Down and down and down. So we are desperate, and our leader, who is so passionate about the people of this country, is desperate to rescue this country and its people. So let me tell you something. Lautan yo di nou desperate, tourne yan le yo. An nou tourne ek di yo ki moni ek pou kwi sa nou desperate. We are not desperate for power. We are not desperate to accumulate wealth. We are not desperate because we are power hungry. We are desperate because we love St. Lucia. And we realize that if the Labour Party were to continue, St. Lucians will suffer at the merciless hands of the Labour Party. We are desperate to get you out. Now, this feeling of desperation, it's not a sign that we are weak, We are not weak. As a matter of fact, the St. Lucia Labour Party has realized, Monsieur Koyo sorti, c'est pas un boy te connaître avant qu'il a. They see us as a new flambeau because we are no longer asleep. We are trying to speak for the many who want to speak, but they cannot open their mouths to say anything. We are the voice of those who want, they are those who are crying and suffering in silence, but they lack the courage to speak out. We have to speak for you. And I want every single one of you, when you see one woman, one warrior is affected by the message. No, we have to look out for each other. We have to look out for each other. And so we are desperate to rebuild a nation that is united, not divided. That is what we want. Exi Philippe Pierre, passage when therapy can finish here. Nou kay bay therapy, kalte therapy ay bouzia nou kay baling. Parce que i besoin. My brothers and sisters, we are desperate. And this desperation is a sign of our commitment and our determination to salvage this country. But we cannot do it alone. So let us come together. Let's join hands together. We need to protect our democracy. That's what we are protecting. Democracy, unity, your rights, your safety. These are the things that we are protecting. Whereas the Labour Party is merely concerned about protecting the victory. So I want for us to rally together. When we call upon you, have no fear. There is absolutely nothing to be afraid of. But we want you to join hands with us, and to save this country. Together we can overcome. Let me hear you say that, everybody. Together we can, and we will overcome, because the United Workers' Party will regain the victory, and you will be okay. Everything is gonna be all right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Polius. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Senator Polius. I want to acknowledge the presence of a special guest, Ali Baba from Texas, member of the Texas Caucus. I understand you are here tonight. Greetings to you and welcome, sir. I want to welcome to you. I also want to acknowledge the many people we have viewing online, on YouTube, on GVD TV, on Facebook. We welcome you. We know you are glued, tuned in. And I just want to say that despite the fact that we are having this local community meeting here, well, of course, the leadership of the UWP is here, but we didn't bring no star power from anywhere. But the Labour Party is having their delegates conference in Babono. They have Ralph Gonzalez from St. Vincent. They have Prime Minister Mitchell from Grenada, but we still have more viewers than them. Yeah. Now, I also want to say a special welcome. I have observed a few UWPs who went astray in 2021 and are back in the fold. I want to give you a special welcome. Because you know, here is where you belong. Here is the place to be. And you know what happens to a UWP who goes across to SLP. I listened to Stephenson King talk about the roads the other day. And I say, my God, when the man was in the United Workers' Party, he was the heavy roller. Now he goes to Labour, he is the lazy ruler. And I listened to Richard Frederick, who they say is overseas right now. And you know, they're talking about him as a government minister, but they talk about the others as SLP ministers. So already they're trying to distance themselves. When Richard was a UWP, Richard was a pit bull. Now Richard go over to SLP. Richard is a Pampa Terrier mongrel. Anyway, you do not leave a ship that is about to sail and jump onto a sinking ship. The Labour Party is going down. They succeeded with their bluff, but they were not able to live up to their bluff because all they are concerned about is power. They ran a campaign and got into power with lies, propaganda, and bluff. Today, they have the reins of power. They cannot do a thing because they do not have a plan. While we were busy putting our plan together and to come to you with that plan, they were busy going around beating pan. Why is it that you have achieved what you wanted, you are in office today, instead of delivering to the people, you campaigning? That is the first time I hear a sitting government say they're going to demonstrate. Now, ladies and gentlemen, somebody here has to tell, because it's our job to coordinate and lead the demonstration. Somebody here has to tell me before I leave here tonight when the real demonstration is going to take place. And that is where we're going to demonstrate. I mean, now, that's the first thing I admire about you, SLP, as a government. The admission that they're so dismal, that they're feeling so badly, that they're going to demonstrate against themselves. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we don't need a government like this. And while we are laughing, our country is sinking. And we have to take a stand as a solution and say no to Labour. And as I've told you, there are a number of things we have to say no to, including their plan. Now, you heard it from Richard Frederick, but Richard Frederick is speaking on behalf of Philip J. Pierre, and that is an SLP plan. You have to say no to their plot to come and change our constitution. We will not allow that. And what they do not want to see is what they are going to see. Because in the next government, one of the deputies that will be sitting in office to continue the good work that he has started is one of the deputy political leaders of the United Workers' Party. And tonight, I proudly present to you a man who demonstrated to us what tourism is supposed to be, while your Prime Minister does not know anything about it. A man who showed us how to manage an industry, even in the face of a world crisis like COVID. A man who gave representation to a constituency where in the past hardly anything was done. I proudly call upon and present to you our deputy political leader, Senator Dominic Fede, to address you. A warm welcome, a rousing applause for Senator Fede, who will now address you.
Let me start that one here. Like how Martin Luther King would have started. My dream, my dream, my dream, my dream, my dream. Tell you my dream is to live my dream. Hear the most I in me sleep when me sleep. Tell you my goal, my goal, my goal. All of my goal is to reach my goal. Live a happy life, put it on me headstone. Nobody no fi cry over me dead. Look at me now, when them treat me less than gold. Put me in a box like a rectangle. Oh oh, look at me now. Oh, look at me now. Oh, look at me now. I mean, just tell you my life where them used to go round me, go round. No one used to come round me. My life was so lonely. Look at me now.
Mama Flabo! Mama Flabo! Mama Flabo, you have done a terrible thing to the Labour Party. You know, you have a little community meeting and you've gone over 1,000 views. The Labour Party, the sitting party in government, they have their national conference of delegates and they can barely get 600 views on Facebook Live. Mama Flabo, you are making them scared. The Labour Party knows that they are in trouble. They know that you mean business. They know that you are marching on the road to victory in the next general election. Now, before I get down to the business of the night, I must take time to acknowledge our political leader who has shown great and tremendous leadership. But I must also take time to acknowledge our first deputy political leader, Mr. Guy Joseph, in whose constituency we are hosted tonight. And I want to say a few sentences about Guy. Because not only was Guy my tag team when we served in Parliament, but Guy was one of the most, there's nothing like most hardest, but Guy was one of the hardest working ministers in our cabinet. And I remember as we went through COVID-19, and the Prime Minister at the time said, look, we have lost the tourism sector, and we have lost 15,000 jobs, that we now need to implement all the infrastructure projects that we had in the pipeline. We turned to the Ministry of Economic Development under the leadership of Honorable Guy Joseph, and we were able to implement at a pace that this country has never seen before. And so tonight, I want to salute the man, the future representative of Castries Southeast, whom you, the people of Castries Southeast, will go to the polls and re-elect in outstanding numbers, the man Guy Joseph. Now, the Labour Party has a certain hate relationship with Guy. And you'll notice everything is Guy and Shastney, Guy and Shastney. Now, have you ever seen your enemy bother with someone that they're not afraid of? Have you ever seen anyone take time to paint a picture of someone that they're not afraid of? The Labour Party knows that not only is Guy Joseph coming back to be the representative of Castries Southeast, but they know that Guy Joseph remains a pillar within the United Workers' Party. And so hence all the attacks. But Mama Flabo, it's not just Guy that they have to contend with. They have to contend with a new spirit within the United Workers' Party. They have to contend with a new kind of Flabo supporters. You see, historically, the Labour Party always expected Flabo people to be passive and to be laid back. But you have brought to them a new Flabo, a new spirit, a new fight. And this is causing absolute panic within the St. Lucia Labour Party. And so you took to Facebook in your numbers. And whether the debate was about healthcare, or about the cost of living, or about agriculture, or about creating jobs, Mama Flabo, the Labour Party knows that it has lost the debate, and they know that the majority of St. Lucia has already dismissed them from the government. And so this fear and this admission has led to a new desperation within the Labour Party. And so they cannot win on crime. They cannot win the political debate on cost of living. They cannot win it on healthcare. So they say, well, let's play the racist card. Let's now demonize Alan Shastney. Let's now make him look bad in the eyes of the people of St. Lucia. But I'm going to tell you tonight, with any fear or favor, I know Alan Shastney, and I have worked with him in our previous life for about 25 years. And Alan Shastney is no racist. I reject that, Richard Frederick and the St. Lucia Labour Party. And so this nonsense must stop. Instead of us talking tonight about how we're going to get the people out of this cost of living crisis, or how we're going to get St. Jude's open. We are talking about racism. That's how we have degraded the politics of this country. And so Senator Polius was right. We have to be sad to what the politics of our country have come to. But it wasn't only about winning the election. You must understand that the mongrel has a certain hatred for your political leader because your political leader had the balls to do what Philip J. Pierre and what Stevenson couldn't do. He fired him from the United Workers' Party. And that's why he's a racist. That's why he's inferior. That's why he's afraid of Alan Chasney. Because he has the balls to say, Richard, no more. You are fired from the United Workers' Party. And so the nonsense that Philip J. Pierre encourages in his cabinet, Richard Frederick knows that with Alan Chasney at the helm of any government, he will never be able to get away with calling women names, ever. Richard Frederick knows that with Alan Chasney as the Prime Minister, he will never be able to attack private citizens on his talk show. He knows that. He knows that. I am so proud of you, the delegates. Because when your leader floated the idea that we must not only rescue the UWP, but rescue St. Lucia by getting rid of Richard from the politics of our party, that you, the delegates, voted 54 to only 2 delegates, and you overwhelmingly throw Richard Frederick out. This is not just an attack on Alan Chasney. This is an attack on all of us, Mama Flabo. And so we need to go out and we need to march in this country. We need to make sure that before the end of the year, that we take the streets again and show the Labour Party that we stand by our political leader. And so racism has no place in a modern democracy. And the fact that all of the SLP ministers, including the Prime Minister, have remained silent while a sitting government minister in our country continues to racially attack a political opponent. I brand the entire St. Lucia Labour Party government as racist. And so I'm in Castries, Southeast today. And I am in the constituency of a man who called himself a Christian, the Honorable Joachim Joseph. Now you said you are Seventh-day Adventist. And I know that the good book which you read every Sunday says that God is no respecter of persons. He doesn't care whether you're white, whether you're black, or whether you're yellow. And Joachim, I am calling you to do the good Christian thing, because we already forgive you for interrupting the church. So we are calling on you now to do the good Christian thing and speak out against racism within your government. Racism has no place in our modern democracy. How can a political party that has just had a man with slave master's blood in his veins, how can they talk about being and slur and having racist slurs against someone? How could that possibly be? So what you say, what's the difference between Kenny Anthony and Alan Chasney? The difference is that within the bloodline of Kenny Anthony, there were slave masters. But if you check the history of this country, the Chasney were never slave owners. So why all of a sudden Richard Frederick is making this about slavery? I just cannot comprehend what is happening. How could a country with a tourism economy as dependent on tourism like ours? How can that country be racist? How can we embrace racism? How can we tell white people that they can never be part of our politics? How can we say that because of the color of a man's skin, he can never represent the country at the highest office? How could that be so? But you see, the St. Lucia Labour Party, we know that their DNA is racist. We know that that's why we're seeing the evidence now that instead of focusing on managing the tourism industry, they were focusing on the color of the visitors that's coming to St. Lucia. How could that be? How could a country that has gotten so much international aid from the international community, and if you look at the governments that have helped St. Lucia out, the John Compton Dam is from the Canadian government. The Castries Comprehensive School is from the Canadian government. The Leon Hess Comprehensive School is from a white company that invested in St. Lucia. The Laquamingo School, it was a white man who gave it to St. Lucia as a gift. The Hess Oil Facility, which currently employs hundreds of St. Lucians, all the foreign investment that is here today and in creating jobs and taxes for our country. Where does this racism come from? Where does it come from? How can we possibly, how can any sane person utter a word of racism? How can any politically responsible person decide that he will seek to divide us in this country? And so, Mamai Flabo, we must reject this. We must tell Richard and the SLP that this will not be tolerated in St. Lucia. We must hit the streets come end of the year. And I know that we're organizing a march, and so we must come out in large numbers and hit the streets of Castries to let the Labour Party know that we are not facilitating that kind of behavior. If we listen to Richard Frederick and the Labour Party, it means that Derek Walcott can never represent St. Lucia in politics. If we listen to Richard Frederick and the St. Lucia Labour Party, it means that people like Dr. King cannot represent St. Lucia at the highest office. Because for them, once you have white in your blood, you are disqualified. What kind of nonsense is this? What has St. Lucia come to? Why are we talking about race when what we should be talking about is fixing the roads and making sure that people have jobs and making sure that our schools are operating properly and making sure that we bring to the Parliament bills that will expand this economy, that will create a buffer under hardship that people feel in St. Lucia. Where do you find the time to be racially charged against another person? Your vendetta against Alan Chasney for firing you from the United Workers' Party has nothing to do with the job that you have to do as a minister. How many houses have you built apart from the housing development in Denouncing as a housing minister? That's what you should focus on. So, we cannot be distracted, Mamai Flabo. We cannot be distracted. We have to stay focused on the issues. We have to stay focused on what is going to make St. Lucia a better place to live. That's what we have to remain focused on. And so, you know, one of the St. Lucians that inspired me in politics, a St. Lucian that inspired me, a lady that comes around here from time to time, and she's the daughter of Henry Girodi, the former chairman of UWP. And she was married to the former Prime Minister of Barbados, the late David Thompson. And her name is Mara Thompson. And Mara Thompson, when her husband David died, as he represented the St. John's constituency, which was also won by people like the founder of Barbados, Mr. Errol Barrow. And Mara Thompson, born in St. Lucia, the desperation, a well-respected Caribbean Prime Minister, Mr. Owen Arthur, God bless his soul. And so the Barbados Labour Party attacked Mara Thompson on the fact that she was born in St. Lucia. But Mara Thompson wasn't distracted by all the silly nationalist prejudice attacks on her. She remained focused, and she went on to win the St. John's constituency by the most ever by an elected representative in the history of St. John's constituency in Barbados. And so if the Bajans can reject that kind of thing, if the Bajans can embrace one of our own, we in St. Lucia must ensure that we have a bigness about our politics and we stand up against Richard Frederick and the St. Lucia Labour Party, and we send a clear message to them that they will not divide the United Workers' Party. They will not divide St. Lucia. We will not allow them to divide us. We instead will work towards the victory line. We instead will march towards progress and prosperity, and so that we can get the United Workers' Party, led by Alan Shastney, and get us back into government so that we can go in and build a rainbow nation, a nation that embraces the Caribs from Canaries, that embraces the Chabin from Choiseul, that embraces the darker skinned people from Dennery, that embraces the white folks wherever they are, and we together will unite this country and build a St. Lucia that is colorless, but a St. Lucia that will be represented by the motto that says, out of many, we are one people, we are one nation with one common destiny. Mamai Flavo, I wish you a pleasant good night. Thank you.
Another round of applause for our Deputy Political Leader, Dominic Fede. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's appropriate now for us to take a moment to pay tribute to a supporter of the United Workers' Party who was in his own right a legend in the field of Calypso. We heard of the passing of John T., God rest his soul, and now to honor John T., we would ask that one of his more popular songs be played as we remember him. Yes, Mr. GJ?
Somebody
Thank you very much. Rest in peace, John D. Now I listen to that song and the Labour government comes to mind. I mean, we know of Banans Bay, so we know Richard is on the bubble list. I heard one of our speakers talk about GPH and Emma telling you about secret meetings, so you know that's part of the bubble list. But what I understand, people of Castries South, is Joachim want to be on the bubble list. But before that happens, you have to send him packing. Today, we have a government that is an embarrassment to us. We have a government that promised much but delivered little to nothing. We have a government, instead of governing, they are busy attacking St. Lucians, trying to intimidate St. Lucians, threatening them, and trying to victimize them. Today, we have a government who cannot answer questions, who are not delivering on the critical needs of St. Lucians. We have a government that is embarrassing us in the international arena. We have a prime minister that makes us almost be ashamed of saying that we are St. Lucian. We have a prime minister, every time he opens his mouth, is a bullet. We have a prime minister who cannot answer any question, even pertaining to matters under his portfolio. This is not what we should have that passes as government in St. Lucia. We once knew what proper governance in this country was. I always say, and I will continue to repeat, whenever St. Lucia Labour Party is in office, St. Lucia begins to regress. Whenever the United Workers' Party is in office, St. Lucia always progresses. Let us bring back the days of development and progress. Let us bring back the United Workers' Party under the leadership of Alan Michael Shastey. And so never mind what they say to you. We have to be vigilant because they will stop at nothing to hold on to power. I want to bring on the next speaker. You know, my grandaunt once told me, you don't introduce people at their own homes. But I want to introduce the man who is rightfully the representative of this constituency. The man who can claim to the most development that has taken place in this constituency. A man who is part of the leadership of the United Workers' Party. And when they saw the cords of racism among us, if we let them succeed, we will start looking at each other to ask who is Indian, who is Negro, who is white man, who is mulatto. We're not on that. I ask the question, who is the best representative for Castries Southeast? Thank you. So I now bring you the best representative Castries Southeast has ever had, and the representative that Castries Southeast is going to bring back. Ladies and gentlemen, Deputy Political Leader of the United Workers' Party, the firebrand pepperman himself, Guy Joseph, will now address you. A round of applause in welcome.
I call you, I need you, my heart's on fire. You come to me wild and wild. You come to me, give me everything I need. Give me a lifetime of promises and a world of dreams.
Mamai Flabo. Good night, Castries Southeast. Good night, people of St. Lucia. Good night to all our viewers at home, in St. Lucia, and in the diaspora. Tonight, we are here. We are here in the community of Bexar. The United Workers' Party is on a campaign to rescue St. Lucia. This is not about who is the candidate. This is not about who you're going to vote for in the next election. That decision is made already. We are in trouble in this country. The Labour Party is clueless about what is happening. And what we are seeing is a lot of distractions. So maka dia special boswe utut mun apa wesla sakikatan voa melaka yo eksa ki oliwon isia oswea. Nou vin bekso paske nou vle ou sav sak ka fet a set lisi. You know, I want to extend or express special thanks to our law enforcement officers for doing a great job in the traffic management and in making sure that everything worked out right so far tonight. So we salute you. While Richard wants to paint a bad picture of our entire police force, we know that they are very good police officers in this country, and we salute you. I want to thank my constituency branch, and in particular, Chairman Terry Valse, for the amount of work that he put in today to see to it that this meeting is as well organized as we have it here, and for those other persons who have assisted him. Now tonight you have heard from the various speakers, but I want to sound an alarm for you, St. Lucia. Richard wants everybody he has as enemies, he wants you to be enemies with them. Do not fall for that. Richard vle tout moun ija fè l'elmi ek yo, i vle lesta set lisi fè l'elmi ek se moun sa. Now, Richard, you have a lot of questions to answer. You better begin to answer these questions before you try and distract attention. You better start answering the questions about impacts and your role in Operation Restore Confidence. When you can do that, you can speak to the flabo. Now, I want to say some things to you tonight that is important. Mwen vle nou yon debay paske nou ka kwe a chay moun kwe se ma chose leba ek se pou sa set lisi le taye jodia. We are in a mess today because many of you believe the lies and the propaganda of labor. Pierre told you he would give you $1,500. Ek Leandre Paul jwe bali, i di se pali ki di sa. So si se pali ki di sa, se pa mwen ki di. I also want you to understand, I was a target of attack by the St. Lucia Labour Party. You remember Kenny Anthony said he would do whatever he had to do to get rid of me in the politics of St. Lucia. You remember what they did? The Constitution of St. Lucia affords me the right to practice my religion without any interference. So I'm a Seventh-day Adventist and I don't do business on a Saturday. Kenny Anthony would nominations on a Saturday so that I could not be involved in the politics of St. Lucia. Thanks to the great leadership of Alan Chasney, when he did his research, he realized that if I was out of Ireland, I could be nominated in absentia. So I flew to St. Vincent and I was nominated in absentia. Thanks to my political leader, Alan Michael Chasney. You see how wicked the Labour Party is? They don't play fair. You pack a fair by Adam and Yeki on net because they are dishonest group of individuals. Wamundu wavin sal pasabay glonet. So, if they are dirty set of individuals, how can we expect good from them? So tonight, I have news for you. They have plans for Alan Chasney. We have plans for them. And I can tell you, the Labour Party is wicked enough to go to Parliament and change the law. But I'm not worried about that, because that cannot prevent Alan Chasney from being Prime Minister in St. Lucia again. So Labour Party, I have news for you. We going into the election. If you change the law, and anybody born outside of St. Lucia cannot contest elections, that can only happen for 3 months. We are going to win the election with more than a 2/3 majority. We are going to come back to Parliament. We are going to reverse the law that you are passing. We are going to have another by-election, and Alan Chasney is going to come back as the Prime Minister of St. Lucia. You cannot be so wicked. Si ou pi lou ka fe telman bon job as Prime Minister Philippe J. ou pa si pose pe flamo. You said you won 15-2. They no moupe. You have tried, first of all, to stop him. First of all, you end the budget debate prematurely so Alan could not speak. Secondly, you took a decision in Parliament to suspend him without following the proper rules and procedures of the House. You went to court and you lost, and Alan is back in the Parliament to do the business of the United Workers' Party and the business of the people of St. Lucia. So you have sent your mongrel forward. Richard is worse than a mongrel. Richard is a demon. And he is a demon straight from hell, sent to torment the people of this country. And when you want to go to Haiti, you can go. I can deal with you. Because my power does not lie in Haiti. My power lies in the Most High God. You know, it is time we call a spade in this country. And everything Richard Frederick has done has been destructive to this country. And so, Philip J. Pierre, I know you have no balls. Ou pasa pale, you ha coupe sa. You cannot talk. You have been castrated by your own party. And today, you have a mongrel controlling your cabinet. Kenny Anthony, you can hide in Viewfort or in cul-de-sac. You can say you're not part of the cabinet, But si pan sutuyez, pan vole. And so you all sit in parliament together on the same side of the house. So don't come and pretend that you are not a part of it. Mr. Lazy Roller, we always knew you never had it. We worked with you. And when we said Richard should be fired, you hired him all by yourself. And that is why you are fired as the leader of the United Workers' Party. So I want the people of St. Lucia, I want those who are listening to me, and I want those in the diaspora to pay attention to what I'm saying. It means that according to the Labour Party, your children who Philip J. Pierre is offering citizenship to second generation children, you need to tell Philip J. Pierre, no, thank you. If your child, because your child is born in St. Vincent or Barbados or Trinidad or the US or the UK, cannot hold office in this country, then why should you spend your money in this country? You see the wickedness of this Labour Party government. I have warned the people of St. Lucia. What they want is a one-party state. They want a government that nobody can question them. Why you think Philip J. Pierre told Dale, this is not your business? How can the country's business not be our business? You know, I will say something to you tonight. SLP does not attack persons because they are bad. I want you to hear what I'm saying. SLP does not attack you because you are bad. They attack you because of how good you are. So Alan Chasney is under attack because Alan Chasney is a good man. Alan Chasney is the best leader this country has had since Sir John. Labour Party attacks you if you are better than them. And they are afraid of Alan. Not because Alan has done anything bad, but because of the good that he has done for this country. Can you imagine St. Lucians say they're not voting Alan because Alan wants to make St. Lucia a little Miami? I would love St. Lucia to be like Miami. Tonight, I want you to know that the attacks on Alan Chasney is an attack on every St. Lucian. Every St. Lucian. I have been attacked because I am of Indian descent. Ou change comme kouyo kouye mwen kouli. Ou change ma dit li kwe di bay ti boy la. But Emma, you can call me a boy, but I will never make a secret deal with an investor and sell the pots of soufre. And when we were in government, there was never a shortage of rice and sugar in St. Lucia. Even with COVID, we did not have a shortage of rice and sugar. Pa même si fan fasek di ou sa take care of, c'est cette liste ou kay sa take care of. So I want you to know that you saw the clear level spot mountain Yovan Banan Abapui. Utan Kome Esuhapase, is it Chisel Street or Coral Street? Coral Street. Where they broke the CDC building. Upase lek weti building na kite lao sab kome lahan yo pay pu breakdown building sa $450,000. A building kite ha tutombe yo di avant excavator passe pelli boy ite ha te yo pay $450,000 by a kamawadio who break it down. And hear that NHC is the one in charge of the buildings. Yoki kakalekren, me se city council ki pay check la to break down building. And my understanding is that the city council does not even have a board when the decision was made to pay the $450,000. I want to know who made the decision and who evaluated the cost of breaking down that building. So when you hear Spider say about those who are on the bubble list, you would know who they are. Now look at that. I'm still here, you know. Are you all seeing me? Is that guy Joseph, eh? Saleba party tell you. You tell you ka wete mo. You kay me l'argent. You di koyo ke election. You ka vini pou gay. Mi mo ici a toujours. But some of you believe their lies and you didn't vote for us. And some of you farmers, you didn't vote for Labour, but you stayed at your home. So aweza sauhen chebe. Leyo pati sil tu avinna. Ek avan fifin la pli tombe abweza. Bek soka flood. And you know what the parliamentary rep said to somebody? He had to acquire the land for him to be able to do something to prevent flooding in certain areas in Bexar. By round the bend, idiot, puisa sol problem to acquire terre. Le nou te la pli tombe. It's simple, you know. The river is now higher than the drain. The riverbed is higher than the drain. So obviously the river is flowing with more speed than the drain. So the water in the drain will not flow. Simple. My father and my grandfather, when they were digging drains, they knew you did not dig drains straight down the hill. You dug the drain across the hill so that it would slow down the speed with which the water traveled and it would minimize erosion. Se gwan nom la ki pa memay l'école, yo te sav sa. Abweza, nou na minister, nous ni ingénieur et puis et yo pas savent ça pour faire pour empêcher un tilapli. I can understand. I always said to you, I cannot stop flooding, but I can mitigate and I can reduce flooding. And all of you can say for a fact that during the time of the United Workers' Party, this area hardly flooded. You see this park we are standing in tonight? For 5 years, I started this park in the previous administration. administration of UWP in 2011, between 2006 2011, we had $35,000 left to spend on this park to install the toilets and do the electrical and some of the painting. For 5 years, I went to Kenyanton. They would send me to Didas Fede, who was in charge of CDP. I would stand in the corridor. They would not even offer us a chair to sit down as the parliamentary rep. Mr. James, the late Asen James and myself, may his soul rest in peace. He was a great parliamentary representative for Mikud South. Mr. James said, Guy, mwen top gwanon, pou se tibwa isa, ka sevi mwen widi chil koha. That we standing in the corridor of a ministry as two elected parliamentary representatives. And they would pass us up and down and not even acknowledge us. And we were there for hours. And we were waiting. Mr. James told me, Guy, I'm done with this. When UWP gets back into office, we will do the things in our constituency. The Taiwanese gave $5 million for the 5 years for this constituency. And we could not get 35,000. We didn't ask for the money, you know. We said just spend $35,000 to finish the park. Take whoever you want to do the work. Usavi perfect wahay. It had to take when Alan Shasne became Prime Minister in 2016 that we finished this park that we are here today. And Labour Party came into office. They are not even maintaining the place. All this place was well pressure washed and well kept when we were in office. We had to come and cut the grass ourselves today to be able to host the meeting. You can see the flowers are not manicured the way that it ought to be. It is not kept because Labour Party, anything we did in this constituency, they want to destroy it. You surprised that they're not fixing the roads? Sir John Compton and the United Workers Party. So tout ça flabo fait, Labour pas arrangé. So you pas arrangé chimère. Let's go on. As I'm speaking to you today, there's a big indoor facility that we were building across the river, funded by the World Bank. They went and they stopped the project for more than a year. Project. But because it was a World Bank project, they had no choice but to restart the project. The time ran out and the World Bank said they were not paying the balance of the money, but they had to pay the contractor. So the government of St. Lucia now had to find the rest of the money to finish the project. We started a recording studio in Wavin Poisson. The foundation was up already. The contractor bid on the contract and was awarded the contract. They stopped the project. They said, "Your paka continue." Denry is known for Denry segment music. Castries Southeast is known to have some of the top and best gospel singers in this country. And we were building a recording studio so that the young people who have musical talent could go there and record their music and make a living out of the music that they are producing. The parliamentary reps stopped the project. They paid the contractor part of the money and they abandoned the project. We were building a market Right up the road there past the playing field. Tutse container. All the truss for the roof is underground rotten. It was designed by Caribbean Metals. All the money was there for the project. We were going to have more than 20 young people employed in this area with their own business. We were going to have massage parlor. We were going to have manicure and pedicures being done there. We were going to have a barber salon. We were going to have an ice cream parlor. All of these things. We were building a stage so that you could have live performances. The parliamentary rep came and he stopped the project. And everything, you can see the containers there. Just after you pass the Catholic Church, if you go in south, on the left-hand side, all the containers, the floor, the casting, everything is done. Is that representation? You think is Guy Joseph you punishing? The 20 young people who would have had their own business and would be making a living for themselves and for their family, you have deprived them of making a living. Now I can go on and highlight. I see some of my people from Badney and Lakwa here tonight. From Chope. We had signed the contract for the road from Lakwa back to Odsa. The contractor had started. He had built the drains and some of the retaining walls. We lost the elections and the project stopped. And the money went to do the road at VG and Mondido. We have no representation in Castries Southeast. Because he has no influence in the cabinet. He cannot talk about anything. He cannot do anything in the constituency. And I want to ask the people of Castries Southeast. Tell me what Labour Party has done in this constituency for the last 2.5 years. Dime sayo hape. Mutwemo project Labour Party hape a constituency ya udela ne dime. Now, political leader, I heard that they have appointed a special prosecutor. I am happy to hear that. Some people have to bring back the money they were paid as ministers. My record speaks for itself in this constituency. Lapan to a Castries Southeast constituency. Lapan Ali. Lapan ti community development in the Sekebe Siskai that upasawe that Guy Joseph Fairby a Patsa a constituency. Everywhere you go, you can see the work of Guy Joseph in Castries Southeast. Today, the Mac Road that you can see there is one of the best pieces of road in St. Lucia. This is the work of Guy Joseph. The people want to express themselves. I want you to know that our work speaks for itself. We build a bridge in Flosac. We fix the road in every community in this constituency. Today we have a rep and he is doing nothing in the constituency. Now, I I am sure that more than 75% of the people in St. Lucia will agree that life was better under the United Workers' Party. 75% of St. Lucia, you will agree that life is worse under the St. Lucia Labour Party. So you tonight, I want you to know the rep came into the constituency, found us providing transportation for funerals. What did he do? He went and he bought a bus with the Taiwanese money, and the government is paying for the bus, paying for the driver, and paying for the fuel. When Guy Joseph provided transport, I bought the bus, I paid the driver, and I fueled the bus from my own pocket. If you want to follow in my footsteps, don't let the government pay for it. Pay for it yourself. Pavin pretend se u kafe by se munna. He promised you that all children would be going to preschool free of charge. I want to ask the mothers and fathers of Castries Southeast, how many of your children going to preschool free of charge? For that matter, some of the preschools have closed. Remember they promised you buses to take the elderly people to the health centers. Come gwa moun yo have a bus la masse to go a health center. But answer, health center pa même ni Panadol. Ou savez madame Yatika bawe e kini 3 pak Panadol la, idi lan pli Panadol la kabawe ya, pase lan Panadol la l'hôpital la. Can you believe an elderly lady with a little shop with 3 packets of Panadol has more Panadol in her shop than there is at the health centers and the hospital? Where is Musa? Where is Musa? Healthcare is the worst that it has ever been in this country. Now they will try to fool you before elections. Lewe yo kay kuye eleksyon, yo kay vin baw tout bay. Ek 2 jours après eleksyon, yo ka viye koumase taksou akor. Pa kite yo kwene yo akor. Now I have the manifesto here. They said on the manifesto on page 9, in collaboration with the private sector, transfer some government fixed assets to the private sector with the intention of converting government loan payments into lease rental payments. Ou ka pre propriété qui sa paye et ou ka by private investors. That is what they have done with the port in Castries, and they have given up $400 million of government revenue to GPH for $40 million. That is 10 times. You buy GPH 10 fois autant l'argent GPH qu'a dépensé en Saint-Lucie. Si ça pas bon bol, Mwen vle sav ki sa ki bobol. Tan sa, se pe sa selman yo pe ou sa. Tan sa yo di yo kay fe ko. We are proposing, we are repurposing the IRDCs and constructing mini facilities in all rural communities for operating emerging and existing producers. So, si yo di yo kay build market a different community. Pou ki sa market la nou kumase build back so, yo do boutli. You see, people, St. Lucians, I want you to understand that we are not just in trouble because Labour Party is in office. We are in trouble because we allow Labour Party to fool us into voting for them. C'est pas yo ki me koyo la. And when we call you on the 30th of this month, I don't want to hear you working. I don't want to hear you busy. I don't want to be victimized. What more victimization can you have than the present government that we have in this country? Ou pasay l'hôpital ay we doctor. La pan we med, la pan doctor. Ek se jousa sou ay St. Jude, ek ou pasa pe deposit la. Doctor a même gade. I want you to also remember that Trinidadians are taking over this country. Ou ek comme truck Trinidad ek tractor, ek excavator, ek roller ki pak, ek gap cul-de-sac la. Ek tout moun set lisi ni truck yo, ek excavator yo pak la, ek zep kaleve asutaya yo. When the Honorable Alan Chasney was Prime Minister, every truck in this country was at work. Jisebet Fodla, excellent land la yo te hapak la, yo te vie leve, ek yo me yo asushimea, because moun te ka ache pou truck pou travay. You know why? Because Alan Chasney created work in this country for everybody. Unemployment went from 25% under Alan Chasney when we came in 2016. Unemployment was 25%. By 2019, unemployment had gone down to 16% under Alan Michael Chasney. Youth unemployment was at 44% when we came in 2016. By 2019, before COVID, youth unemployment had gone down to 34%. It had gone down by 10% because Alan Chasney created jobs for the young people of St. Lucia. People of Bexar, the lights for the playing field in Bexar, the poles are still on the field, lying on the ground after 2.5 years. And the lights are in a container at the Ministry of Youth Development and Sports. Yo pose ame yon light a field la by jeunesse, Upper West, Castries, Southeast. Bagay mouve a baleba. Cost of living, and I will wrap up. Bread went up by almost 100%. Pay sorti from 25 cents a bag gouvernement flabo ek pay vini 45 cents a bag gouvernement leba ek pay un pli piti passe le ite 25 cents. Now, why did bread go up? Because Labour Party said they did not have money to subsidize flour. Under the United Workers' Party, we subsidized flour for the whole 5 years so that the price of bread would not go up on the poor people of this country. They raised bus fares. Why did they raise bus fares? Because they raised the price of fuel from $13.95 under United Workers' Party government to $17.95 under a Labour Party. How many of you got an increase in salaries yet? Nous pas même parler about Marcy. Baïche. Moun pas baïche chômage. Yet still, you giving GPH $400 million worth of revenue. Upat sapre 4 million asa ex-subsidized fan fast. So pui pe pate kay mute asumalewe. Some of you believe the lies of SLP. Now look at the state of St. Lucia. Show me one piece of road that Labour Party has done in the 2.5 years in office. These days we are rejoicing when they block a pothole because by Move Telma, your the half a loaf is better than no bread. So leo bushanti tu ukadi messy body. Me uka bushantu hodia eka lot tu kapa deme. I want the Bank of St. Lucia to tell the people of St. Lucia, are you loaning our money to GPH? Because the directors of the bank, the management of the bank, c'est pas l'argent zot yon ki a bank la. L'argent tout ti malewe St. Lucie a di da bank la. So nou vle sav la ou bay GPH l'argent nou. Si GPH bankrupt, sa ki ka yive l'argent ou pwete yo a. You know the Bank of St. Lucia gave a Barbadian company a loan of over $100 million. And when the business went under, they had to write off the loan. Ek tout moun pièson bahen dividend asul l'argent yo. There's another man. He was running a car dealership. When his car dealership went into problems, the bankrupt of the $40+ million he was owed. And when they finished, he started a new car business. Yet still, leu pape motocar ebe vanu pour 3 mois, bakla kapwe, ek yo kay paklian yad yo. Ek sou pape kayu, yo ka vini, ek yo ka sezi kayu. Pou ki se yo pate sezi hotel la, ek sezi se motocar, ek se business la. So lan yo set lwa pou a company. That would not happen if we, the people of St. Lucia, would take a stand, not just against the government, but against the businesses that are taking advantage of the average St. Lucian. Castries Southeast, we have no representation. But I want to assure you, the United Workers' Party promise you 5 for 5. Ou pa te vle, so pa vote banou. The 5 we promised you. We would introduce unemployment benefits, monthly assistance, number 2 for the needy. Number 3, parents would not have to buy books for their children to go to school. We would not give them an empty laptop. We would give them a laptop with all the lessons and the books on it. And there would be a reduction in VAT. Instead of getting a reduction in VAT, you fute 2.5% as sunuako. And there would be medical care for all. If Alan Chasney was Prime Minister today, every single St. Lucian would have healthcare insurance to the tune of $75,000 per year. St. Lucia, we have no choice but to return Alan Michael Chasney so that we can get 5 for 5 and much more for the people of St. Lucia. I thank you. Good night and God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Guy Joseph. A round of applause once again for Guy Joseph. Guy fait un point plus bonheur avec moi apprécié point ça. Décision, c'est pas si vous avez voté par flambeau. Décision, c'est pas si vous avez mené Guy Viwe comme représentatif. C'est décision ça là déjà faite. Et bien pour moi, décision c'est qui temps nous avons tiré les bas en gouvernement plus vite que possible. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as we are coming to the end of our meeting, before I call on our last speaker, let me just take this opportunity to thank the more than 1,200 viewers that we have on Facebook, the over 700 viewers that we have on YouTube, and I do not know how many more watching on television. Let me just tell you, while all that is happening, the Labour Party thing come to an end already. They ended up with 500 and something people. Yes, despite all of, and let me just tell you, I carry out a survey, say 500 and something people say, I pas pour écouter yo, pour écouter Ralph Gonzalez et la Guinada. Because they know the government has nothing to offer. Your Prime Minister doesn't know a thing. Ask him about crime. Now, by the way, talking about crime, we are well on our way to setting a new record. Moi, just say about pour nous sous quoi menti. Point pour nous avec allant le Facebook. You just dis moi gouvernement les bas couper Wi-Fi là yo ici. Now I remember during the reign of the United Workers' Party, you could go to any park that we constructed, because in Grosile and Moshi, we had a few. Here as well, you could have gotten free internet service from the Wi-Fi that you have at the park, UTSA. I mean, what are you doing with a government that claims to put you first, but in effect has made you worse? We have to understand that when you get something good, you do not take it for granted. Ek hot ka ni boudou bout fè flambeau ba sa hot ka fè. Chaque fois nous ka bati pays a le ba fin chwe. Kon nou fin fè hot ka me nou do. Anyway, me nou vie ko sa ek we keep me nou na boete. Next time we come is 30 years. Now I was pleased to see, but before we complete the leadership of the party, so far we had Dominic Fede, one of the deputy political leaders. We had Guy Joseph, the other deputy political leader. And in a moment, I'll bring you the leader. We do not discriminate in this party. We do not discriminate in this party. I am proud of you, members and supporters of the United Workers' Party. Because when you are giving people position, when you're electing them, you don't look at the color of their skin. You don't look at where they were born. You don't look at who is their mother or father. You don't even look at their height. Right, Dominic? All you do is look at their competence, you look at their performance, you look at their record, their history, their character. Si les bâtiment avec caractère, Richard Frederick n'a jamais amené ce gouvernement. That pamper terrier mongrel that Pip has representing him and speaking for him, I said it before. He contributed with his propaganda and lies in ensuring that the Labour Party formed the government. But he will be the main reason that they will fall, and he will contribute greatly to bringing them down. I notice a number of the members of the St. Lucia Labour Party are distancing themselves from Richard Frederick. Kenny is number one. You don't hear Joachim saying anything about Richard. They don't defend him. You don't hear Emma and all of them defending Richard. They try to distance themselves. But they are guilty by association. Now, I don't quote many politicians, let alone quoting Kenny Anthony. But Kenny Anthony gave me more advice. In the election of 2011, at the time, Richard was corrupt, Rufus was corrupt, and I, there playing holy and saintly, and I'm not saying anything. It is not good enough to not say something. You have to stand up and be counted. Well, I came out and I said what I had to say. Kenny, it is your turn to stand up and say something. You, as a man who has represented this country on 3 occasions for 3 terms as Prime Minister, you've been in the politics of St. Lucia for almost 30 years in Parliament. You need to be a statesman. Come out and let us hear where you stand on the issue of discrimination against women, on the issue of insularity, on the issue of racial segregation in this country. We want to know where Kenny Anthony stands. It is not good enough to just pull yourself back and not say anything. We know Pip can say anything. Pip has nothing to say because Pip does not know anything. So, what we have to do now, ladies and gentlemen, we realize that the country is in jeopardy. We realize that the country is in trouble. I am calling on all patriotic St. Lucians, every citizen of this country, to take a stand. Join with the United Workers' Party to remedy the problem that some of us created, that we cannot tolerate for much longer, because we will no longer have a country at the end of the day. So, I have called you to action. I have asked you to take a stand. But you know, every movement to be successful requires leadership. Every movement to be successful requires a leader who can mobilize, inspire, and organize. I now call on the man that I know he has the capacity, he has the capability, he has the history, he has the record, he has the tenacity, he has what it takes to bring St. Lucia back on a path of development and progress. Ladies and gentlemen, the man that the Labour Party does not want to see, but the man that we are going to give to St. Lucia to bring back prosperity, development, and a good life for you, St. Lucians. Help me, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the podium our political leader, the leader of the opposition, the next Prime Minister of St. Lucia, the Honorable Alan Michael Shasley, who will be doing the work for you.
Action speaks louder than words. Don't be deceived by all those fancy talkers. Action speaks louder than words. Don't be deceived by all those fancy talkers. 'Cause a man can say, he'll turn your night into day. And a man can say, he'll take your sufferings away. And a man can say, he'll roll your dark clouds away. When it comes to doing, showing, you're gonna take some knowing. Yeah. Hey. Action speaks louder than words. Don't be deceived by all those fancy talkers, because action speaks louder than words. Don't be deceived by all those fancy talkers.
My fellow St. Lucians, my brothers and my sisters, to all of you, good night. Before I begin, there's a young lady from this constituency who is celebrating her birthday. So if you can help me say happy birthday to Eva Joseph. Can we get a little happy birthday song? Let me hear how good you guys are. 1, 2, 3. All right. I hope that's a very special birthday, Eva. Thank you again for all the support that you give to your brother. We love him dearly, and we very much appreciate the sacrifices that the families of politicians continue to make for them to be able to do what they're doing. Today is a very special day. And I had the opportunity to be watching Netflix. And on Netflix, they had a show called Pacific. And Pacific is a movie about World War II and the fight that people had. Thank you. And the fight and the struggle that people had during that war. And it was very, very real. But today is Memorial Day. And you know, I'm guilty of it as well. I think that because the persons that we knew were involved in war have long gone. There was a couple of them today that were still alive. And the sacrifices that were made for war, we've lost. We just remember it in the history books. We kind of know the days. We basically know what took place. But World War II was a war to fight a dictatorship. A dictator in Mussolini. A dictatorship in Hitler. And also what was taking place in Japan. And there was a call to action because America was brought into the war when they bombed Pearl Harbor. And young men and women had to leave their homes all of a sudden and found themselves in a battlefield. And sometimes we glorify war, but there's nothing great about war. In fact, I'm pretty sure that one of the most difficult things it must be for a leader to do, if they really care about their people, is to agree to go to war. So those persons that actually would make a war happen tells you that it's about them, not about the people. What was real about the movie, and something that maybe we have overlooked, was the mental suffering that people had. So even though you may have survived the war, and surviving may have been that you lost an arm, or you lost a leg, or you lost your eye, but you survived, none of us would really truly appreciate the mental anguish that war brings. The inhumanity of war. What it is to look down a gun to shoot a man. What it is to stab or strangle someone. What it is to not have proper bathrooms.
and the indignity of war. Now, we are not in a war right now, but I am saying to all of us, all the signs are there that this Labour government wants to become a dictatorship in our country. Why do I say that? Guy made the point that you have a Labour Party that's in Parliament 15-2. That means that they have 15 speakers. We have 2. And you still want to dictate to the 2 when they can speak and what they're going to speak about. So let us remember that first budget, when they would rather sacrifice 6 speakers of the 15 in order to prevent me from being able to speak. And when that was not good enough, at the next debate, they said the questions I asked about Richard Federick's 3-day pass to go to New York, or Ernest Hilaire and the fraud that he committed in obtaining a car and also in opening up an account with Jafali's money in the UK and not accounting as to how he spent that money. That you decided now to try to censor me in Parliament by taking me to a committee. You were such a waj to do that you rushed through the paces, denying me. But when I say me, I want all of you in St. Lucia to understand, me is you, denying you your voice. And it took me going to court, to fight it in court, with my own money, to go and fight. And up to today, the speaker lost the case. And up to today, even though the court ordered them to pay $75,000, they have not paid it yet. Because you see, they're bigger than everybody. They're more important than everybody. The law does not apply to them. It's a different set of rules for them. Now, you would have thought after they lost that case, they would have stayed away from that. No. When I challenged Richard Federick about the Bonanza land, he wanted me to apologize. I said, I will not apologize on behalf of the people of St. Lucia who want to know the answer to the question. Answer the question. And when I refused to apologize, the decision was to put me out of the House forever. But again, I went to the court, not to represent me, but to represent the voice of the people in St. Lucia. And again, we prevailed in the court, and I was put back in the House. Anybody who challenges this government, whether it is Marvin or Minerva, whether it was Barbara Jacobs or anyone else, or you, they are attacked. And Richard has said to you that there are police officers that are providing him with information and files so he can come after you, the people. So I want to say, if a government in broad daylight would try to suppress, oppress, and victimize a leader of opposition, and hear the name, leader of the opposition, which means my job is to oppose. So because I'm doing my job, you are going to use every asset available to you to silence me. What happens to everybody else in St. Lucia? What happens to all the people that we know bad things about the government, but are denying the government? Let's say that the government wants to take your land and you say no. And they say, oh yeah, we're going to do something. We're going to take your children out of school. We're going to put taxman on you. We're going to send policemen to search your homes. We're going to do everything until you agree to sell that land. Years ago, no one can imagine a government in St. Lucia doing that to anyone. But today we are living in a St. Lucia where there are examples every single day where this government is using its authority to oppress the citizens of this country. When I stood up and I said in Parliament, the Suppression Act that they introduced in Vieux-Fort is against your constitution, our constitution. How can it be that an ordinary police officer has the right to enter your house without a warrant? How is it that he can tell you to stay in your house for 72 hours by himself? How is it that he can search your car? How is it he can prevent you from walking wherever you want to walk? And we in St. Lucia have stayed quiet and we've said nothing. The Constitution gives a government the authority to have power, but it does not give it the authority to use that power against us, the citizens of St. Lucia. So I'm saying to us tonight, as bad as war is, and God hopes that we never have to go to war. God hopes that your children never have to face that. But our country needs us. All of us, St. Lucia. Not just Flabo. We need all of us. Whether you're independent and you've not participated in politics, you no longer can remain silent. If you are Labour and you've promised yourself that you would never support Flabo, sadly for us and for you, the truth is staring you right in the eyes that this government, these group of men and women, want a dictatorship in St. Lucia and will do anything to do it. Do not believe that this was not a plan. Richard Frederick once wanted, when they were in opposition, to be back in government. Why? Because as a minister, he could get a visa. As a minister, he could continue doing the things that he was doing when he was a minister before, and we're seeing it right before our very eyes. He's selling lands, Banan's land. He's giving all his friends contracts. He's surrounding himself with his friends. And anybody who questions anything, he attacks them. Now, the Labour Party, Philip Pear and his gang, realized that Richard Frederick had a big mouth and that he was a mongrel. And that he's a mongrel that could be used to attack people and instill fear. And what did they know? Flabos don't say anything. We take our licks and we say nothing. Remember what Sir John said? The Labour is like a chicken fowl. When he lays one egg, he is crowing all night. Flabo, hundreds of turtles, and they say nothing. They played on the goodness of your heart. They played on the fact that Flabo do not want to go to war. Flabos would rather stay quiet and suffer in order for there not to be any conflict in St. Lucia. And Labour Party, Philip Pierre, did a deal that we now know is true. He said to Richard, Labour Party will not run a candidate in Castries Central. We'll let you run by yourself. And when we win, we will make you a minister. Even if we don't have to. So that's why people were surprised when Labour won by 13 seats. Nobody expected them to put Richard Fedrick in cabinet. Even Labourites did not expect it. But they had to because there was already a deal. Today, there's a new deal. The new deal is that Alan Shastney and United Workers' Party have decided to change. And they've decided now to raise our voices. And they see a change in Flabo. And they think that Alan Shastney is the cause of that change. But they don't know. Even if Alan Shastney is not here tomorrow, Flabo is on the move. Enough is enough, and we're not going to take it anymore. So Philip does not say anything about the things that Richard is doing because it benefits both of them. Richard has his ministry, and for all I know, he's the one running the police force. He's the Minister of National Security. He's saying nothing. When Richard attacked women, he said nothing. When he sold the Banans land, he said nothing. When Richard said that the police officers were giving him information, he said nothing. They are not going to say anything because they need each other. So this Labour Party is doing everything to destroy government. They're not even satisfied 15-2. They want to see no voices of anybody attacking them. Nobody is allowed to say anything about what's going on in St. Lucia. And my fellow St. Lucians, there are so many things to say about what is going on in St. Lucia. Some of them we already know. What is going on at St. Jude's is a crime. That you want to take $200 million to spend in an 80-year-old building. That you give a contractor the job with no contract and let him spend as much money as he wants just to make your point. And after 2.5 years, the lie that you said that all it would take is $40 million and some chemical. That was a lie. They said to you that there was corruption in HIA, in the building of the airport. They went as far as to say that the Taiwanese had a bank account in Panama. Kenny said that in the House. The Prime Minister knew that that was a lie, and he said nothing. He said he's not going to clear the air and he's going to allow us to speculate. That is what is going on. They said that there was a bubble in the Rodney Bay Road. We now realize that we in St. Lucia were getting the greatest deal. $15 million, 2 roundabouts, 4 lanes, a median and a pedestrian walkway for $15 million. They stopped the project And now today, to restart that project, they must first pay the contractor $22 million. And they must go and find now more money to finish the same road. We have a government that when we had COVID and the world was shut down, I didn't shut it down. Nobody in St. Lucia shut it down. No government in the Caribbean caused COVID. It happened all over the world. They said that we were a heartless government, that people were starving, people were unemployed. Not once did they come to try to help us to pacify and help people and to reduce the fear in this country. They did everything. In fact, when we had the country shut down and we reopened the country in June, between June and October, we had 28 cases and no deaths. They're the ones who went on a march, and right after the march, we had 1,000 cases and we went to over 88 deaths. That is the blood on Labour Party people's hands. Nobody else can take responsibility for that. I listen to the continuous lies that I'm hearing from this Labour Party. They still want you to believe. Listen to what the Prime Minister said. He said, constitutionally, the election is due 3 months after the first date of the Parliament. But general practice is that we have the elections before the date of the last elections. Philip, it can only be one or the other. The only time that you have good practice is when you don't have a law. Our Constitution told us when the election can be. The reason why we were holding back on the election, let me tell you all something. The date of the election was supposed to be December 1st, 2019. But because the Labour Party had the march, and because they had so many people that were already sick, United Workers' Party decided we would not have the elections and take care of the people of St. Lucia first. And we were hoping to get the vaccine. This Labour Party came into government and was faced with an increase in cost of living. And we heard from Mr. Mangal, instead of reducing the duties to help bring some relief to the people of this country, they kept the duties and have now increased the tax by 2.5%. Everybody told them not to do it. But it's more important that they take care of themselves than is it for them to take care of you, the people. And my voice and the voice of United Workers' Party will shout from every hill and into every window to say that that is wrong. As bad as a financial deal that GPH is, what is even worse is how incestuous the relationship is. The chairman of Invest St. Lucia is also the deputy managing director of the Bank of St. Lucia. The same bank that's lending them the money. And that same person's brother is now being hired to head up GPH in St. Lucia. You listening? And all of these people are friends with Ernest Hilaire. Now, I want to know who the lawyer for GPH is. If I ask you all to make a guess, who do you think the lawyer for GPH is? That's Antoine. You see, that's why we say it's incestuous. It's on that alone that this deal needs to be rejected. They gave them a sweetheart deal and they've turned around and they are milking the cow for themselves. That is why I tell you, this Labour Party, they are on the road to become dictators. They are a mafia, are a gang. That is the mentality that they have, is a tight circle, a cartel. Not for you, it's always been for them. So I want us to say tonight, the time has come for all of us. I know you here tonight, and I know many of you listening on TV and on the internet tonight understand what is going on. That is why so many more people were listening to us tonight than they were listening to the Labour Party. That's why. That is why so many more people were listening to us. But we are still not enough people to make a difference. It's time for us to stand up for St. Lucia. Your country needs you now more than ever before. And I want to ask all of you tonight, we need to include everyone on our mission. So I want you to invite your family who may not like to be in politics, but tell them for their own sake, they need to come out. I need you to reach out to your friends. And even if some of those friends don't support our party, we need to ask them to come out and join us. Here's the tough one. Even your enemies. Tonight is a night that we put into practice what today was, Memorial Day. And that remember the battles that existed and for people who died, who suffered to give us our democracy, our right to vote, and our right for our voice. Democracy is what we are here for and what is very important to all of us. Whether you are Flabo, whether you are Labour, whether you are independent, it does not matter. At the end of the day, the one thing that we can all agree on is that we have to have a democracy. So I want all of you to join us when we say no to the 2.5% tax. Say no to victimization. Say no to fear in our country. Say no to people who want to break our constitution. Say no to improper health care. Say no to racism. Say no to nepotism in our country. And the only way that the Labour Party is going to understand that we mean what we say. When we say no, we mean. When we say no, we mean. When we say no, we mean. And the only way that we are going to get them to listen is by a collective voice. A collective voice means that all of us together, regardless of what political persuasion, what race, what height, what age, what economic status we have, it is our country and our democracy that is under attack. And we must collectively stand together and say, so on November 30th, I'm inviting all of you. November 30th, I'm inviting all of you. On November 30th, I'm inviting all of St. Lucia. Anybody who believes in democracy, anybody who believes in fairness, anybody who does not believe in victimization, anybody who does not believe in persecution, and anybody who cannot stand anymore living in a country of fear and crime and the state of the roads we have, I'm asking all of you on November 30th to come with us at 4:30 in the afternoon to VG Field, and we will march through the streets of Castries. And for those of you who are brave enough afterwards, we are going to have the first United Workers' Party back in the boulevard since the election. We are back. I want all of us to say, thank you very much.
Stand up for your right. Get up, stand up. Stand up for your right. Get up, stand up. Stand up for your right. Get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight. Preacher man, don't tell me heaven is on the earth. I know you don't know what life is really worth.
Ladies and gentlemen, before I bid you a final good night, I have a message for you to transfer for me. Tell Pip Shasney the protest is on the 30th. Don't waste his time. Do the work of the people and just join the United Workers' Party on the 30th. The protest, souffle protest, Nukai protest. All of you are invited. Pip is invited. Labour is invited. Let us protest for the benefit of St. Lucia. A special thank you to all of you who showed up here tonight. I want to thank all of you who are watching on the live stream, whether on YouTube, Facebook, television. Thank all of you, and we ask you to remain vigilant. Your democracy can be taken away in a flash. We have seen the direction our government is going. We have to take a stand and say no. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. And before I end, let me say a special thank you to the police officers who are there ensuring that we are safe, conducting traffic. We want to thank you for the job well done. And we want to thank the constituency of Castries Southeast. And we want to express a special thank you to GVD TV, who has given us coverage and live streaming. We thank you very much, and we do appreciate your work. Thank you to all. Safe journey home. Keep in touch. See you again. Thank you.
Stand up for your right. Don't tell me heaven is on the earth. I know you don't know what life is really worth. It's an all that glitters gold.